Oh, baby, it is go time. We have got a full show for everybody today for all 15 people who are going to watch. 15 clicks. I'm going to get briefly working my ass off. Anyway, I watched this documentary about Stu Hart today, everybody, so look out. I'm going to be talking about Stu Hart, the dungeon. I'm going to do my little overture here at the beginning of topics. Thank you for tuning in, 0 people. Well, it's raining. It was supposed to be this like torrential. It was supposed to be a nor'easter. They acted like it was just gonna like dump all this rain. I guess hopefully that won't be tomorrow. I mean, today it was supposed to be like real bad. I haven't been outside. It doesn't look. I mean, it doesn't look like a whole lot of fun, but it doesn't look. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. So hopefully, I mean, I've got a good amount. It's my dinner with Andre night tomorrow night. It comes about once a year, okay? It's my dinner with Andre night. I mean, no one gives a fuck at all except me. So I don't know. We're just doing the best we can to, I don't know, spread. Oh yeah, let me get that towel in there. Can I get that towel in the shot? Oh yeah, let me get that towel in the shot. Oh, make sure you get that towel in the shot. Oh yeah. So come out to my dinner with Andre night. So I got to write a play. I was gonna write it. I was gonna write a little play. I can't figure out my angle is. I've been watching all this wrestling shit. It's like they already did wrestling my dinner with Andre. It was called My Breakfast with Blassie. I don't know if people have seen it. It's on YouTube. Check it out. My Breakfast with Blassie. Andy Kaufman. So I can't do a wrestling. So I'm trying to. I got to write a short play. I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to get to be in the scene with me in My Dinner with Andre night, presented by Taco Bell. Everybody. So come out. It'll be fun. Maybe we'll improv it. I don't know. But I've been writing these little playlets. So I need to put myself under the deadline pressure. That's the way that I work best. So I'm doing this, and then immediately following this, I'm going to try to write this fucking play. I like writing at night. Night, the darkness, the silence, the lack of activity. It feels sacred. It feels like, I don't know. It feels like that's really the proper time for enchanted poetry to come forth, to spring forth from the fucking lobe or whatever. And so I like writing at night. I don't know. I like writing all the time. I mean, I think I'm famous for that. I write everywhere all the time. That's my poetics. Not that anybody gives a fuck. Apparently, Pluto is going direct tomorrow. It's supposed to be some big day in all the fixed signs. So, we're hoping for a big breakthrough here, guys. I got this microphone here for if you can hear me louder. No, I mean, yeah. So I just watched this fucking documentary about Stu Hart. I'm going to be talking about Stu Hart, the dungeon, Cornette, the territories. One of the most important voices on the internet, Jim Cornette. I don't know if people watch Cornette. Well, I'm also thinking about this thing, another TikTok, self help. This shit's surprisingly, perhaps too influential. It was talking about calculating and how, like, making calculations in your head doesn't necessarily help. Like, you don't necessarily have more of a chance of succeeding at something because you've thought about it over. Like, this is something like in golf. I think that's one of the things about golf that's like so, I don't know. It's an example for other things that you do. It's a test of your own kind of mental technique or whatever. It's like they say, golf, is 90% mental or whatever. And don't you know it's true? But I mean, the idea being when like you're in flow state, it's not like because you're thinking a lot. The sound of flow state is not like the sound of like hyper consciousness or something. It's actually kind of silent. Was the point of the fucking video? The sound of flow state. And one thing I noticed in high school, there was one round my senior year, I shot 78. It was the only time I broke 80 probably ever in my life. but it was at this really important tournament, and I beat like most of the people in the fucking tournament. So I got like a lot of fucking like points on my whatever like Ryder Cup status high school. So I ended up being like I didn't make first team all BAC, but I was first place on second team. But in any case, that day when I shot that 78, that was kind of how it felt. It just felt like you're very centered. It felt like kind of like when you're microdosing. When you're microdosing on shrooms, a lot of times you actually like kind of calm down. Maybe I'm just such a hyper manic depressive person that when I do shrooms, I actually calm down. I kind of stop vibrating so much and kind of you center, you focus. There's a calmness, there's a a quaintness, a plaintiveness, a serenity, if you will, to flow state, a tranquility. It's a sea of tranquility, okay? Flow state. And so planning your shit, like with this, I used to not plan any fucking thing. I used to just get on and just let it rip. And the idea is throughout the week you're sort of just working on stuff without even wanting to through witnessing things. Things become little narratives. They become, I don't know, little self whatever. I'm constantly fueled by these brief, I guess, preoccupations. This is my current one. I'll probably forget about it in 2 weeks. Flow state beat because I love thinking. I love that's everything I do is about thinking, which people hate. I just think that's so weird in life that like thinking is actually it defeats its own purpose. Like he says in Raging Bull. I'm going to talk about Raging Bull 2. I want to talk about Raging Bull. I meant to get to it last time, but I get to it this time. It's an important well, I don't know. All these things from like 2008 are like coming back because of this weird astrological like the last 15 years Pluto's been in fucking Capricorn or whatever the hell it is. And so it's really the end of and I'm also it's like it's weird, as you get older when new parts of your past kind of reveal themselves. Like, oh fuck, now when I look back on like 2008, it still feels like new, but it's also like, oh fuck, like uh that was a long time ago. And it's 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 far enough in the past that you're like, oh shit. But it's weird because a lot of it, like Raging Bull, right? Like Raging Bull was this movie that I watched actually kind of a lot. Probably whenever the DVD came out, there was this MGM DVD. It was like a 2 disc. It was a nice. I was like a DVD collector nerd guy. Okay, I had Criterion shit and whatever, and so well, the thing that spurred it was I was watching Guffman. I was watching Waiting for Guffman, and I haven't watched that in forever. But I watched that a bunch when my first girlfriend broke up with me in 2002. I had a VHS of Waiting for Guffman that I like watched. See, no one finds this interesting because it's just like, oh, so what? It's just this guy's life. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't know. I don't care. I find it interesting. This is the narrative, the narratives of memory, the prelude. And so I had Guffman, I had Say Anything, and I watch these movies like in this weird kind of like broken-hearted haze on because they're taped, so they rewind. You watch it again. It's daylight, it's summer, but you've got the blinds all closed, dark. Your room is. I was in my little brother's room. It wasn't even my room. I'm in a child's room on one of those TVs that's like a combo VCR fucking type shit. Like this. But it's cathode, so it's fucking massive. It looks like a fucking air conditioner. Watching fucking Guffman and Say Anything over and over again. In high fidelity. I had high fidelity too. A lot of John Cusack. He teaches us about heartbreak and relationships in a bad way, in a negative way. It was not very realistic or something. I don't know. But anyway, Guffman, during the audition, the guy has that part where he's like, "You fuck my wife." He's like, "I'm gonna do a scene from Raging Bull." Guffman is fucking hilarious. That might be that's definitely the funniest Christopher Guest movie for sure. It's kind of wild in a way the other ones are not. But that's also something Christopher Guest said. They asked him about his technique with this shit, and literally he says he goes into the scene blank. He goes into the fucking scene literally with nothing in mind at all. And it's true they write these treatments and shit like that, but this is something a lot of the actors have said where it's like, uh, you think that the people watching the movie think Christopher Guest is like off camera, like asking them questions, prompting certain shit. And that's not true. Christopher Guest literally just rolls the camera and says, "Go." And they have to just start talking. And that's one thing I've noticed, like with Christopher Guest, like in interviews, he's so like present, and he's so, maybe that's a New York thing. His reaction time, is just so instant. And I think for me, a lot of times I'm trying to engineer stuff before I go in, or I'm a serial overthinker, and you're constantly kind of analyze situations before you go. Like that's going to make some difference. Like, oh, if I before I go into this social, I'm anxious in this whatever party or whatever. If I think about it, or if I'm standing out front, like pacing anxiously. Oh, what if so and so's there? What am I going to say? Or you're going to call somebody and you're sort of like playing out the conversation beforehand. Like, oh, I'll say this. Then what if I'll say this and they say that, and then I'll say this. And it's like if you try to put that shit in there, it feels forced. It just doesn't work. You have to be able to like fucking play ping pong and hit the ball back and shit. What, no takers? I have people tuning in and out. No likes. You bastards. I'm talking about my Zen. This is my new approach. Or, like, I don't know, like thinking on your feet, trying to do it you have to do it in the middle of the chaos. It's like you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable, and you have to make the decisions in that situation. Like, if you're on a talk show, if you're fucking on stage, you should just be able to write on stage. You should be able to create, or but also just in life. I guess it's sort of about presence. And this is one thing I like about smoking weed. I guess is just like it kind of makes you super mental, and like kind of overclocks your cerebellum or whatever. Your receiving of the voices. You're waiting for the next word to come from the fucking channel so you can get the message out, even though no one is fucking watching or listening. This is another tree falling in the fucking woods. I'm oversaturating. I thought since it was raining, I'd have a captive audience. I thought people would be at home. This goddamn nor'easter. Is this thing on? So, like, when I was on that movie, when I was doing those scenes, it was like, yeah, I had a bunch of ideas and shit about what the character could be, but it's like, I was just trying to, like he was saying, I was just trying to go in the scene with like nothing in my head. I'd go over my lines. Okay, I'm going to say this, then this, then this. I guess that's not nothing, but I don't know. See, I have to cling to that stuff, I think. It's maybe I'm just not good at that. I don't know how fast I am at the draw, to be honest. Like I am more of like a wallflower, or like an observer. I think maybe that's what writers do. Maybe in a certain way is like you absorb things for later, and they can be recollected in tranquility, in the safety of kind of your own isolation and uh Jesus Christ. Well, I'm just gonna sit here until somebody starts watching. Okay, well, whatever. I've had okay, there's somebody. Okay, so YouTube, listen, the YouTube gods. It's like fishing. You're like waiting. Oh, okay. I better not fuck this up. I gotta reel this one in. It's not gonna happen. I need to see, bam, we lost it. I don't know what they're expecting. What the hell do you expect? You tune into this for 15 seconds. What the hell do you expect that I'm gonna be doing? What made you click it to begin with? Okay, I'm all over the fucking map. Well, this is the overture. I'm gonna get back to all this stuff. I'm gonna talk about calculations and every other goddamn thing I mentioned. Raging Bull. There was some. What was the big thing? Well, I do want to get into the wrestling stuff. Let me talk about Raging Bull first, uh, because it's just weird how, like, I don't know. That movie was like formative, but like, you want to talk about a movie about like toxic masculinity, or I think it's just weird how that movie is almost like predictive of this moment because that character could be he's like Joe Rogan or something. It's like he becomes a fucking stand-up comedian. You know, he's a boxer, which is sort of like an MMA thing of that era. And he becomes a fucking comedian at the end, which is, when I was younger and I saw this movie, that time jump is such a strange, it's hard to reconcile those two things because he, in the beginning, right, he's so lean, he's so cut, he's so fucking athletic. And then at the end, but he's also very quiet. He doesn't say a whole lot. He really doesn't say shit. He's very inarticulate, but I guess the ring is a stage in a certain way where this bull here can rage. He's a poet, for Christ's sake, at the end of the movie. And though I'd much rather recite, I don't want to fight. Uh, and so it's so weird because, like, that, I guess there's just different kinds of violence. That's sort of what King of Comedy is about, I guess, in a way. Like, I think there's somewhere where Scorsese said, the scariest character actually was Rupert Pupkin of Travis Bickle and Jake LaMotta and all these Scorsese kind of like psychopath, violent, whatever. The scariest one was the comedian guy, Rupert Pupkin, who's he's not really violent in the movie. He uses violence as a means to get on the fucking on TV and sort of jump the line in show business. But he's not terrible. I mean, he's as good as any podcaster. If it was now, Rupert Pupkin would be in the fucking manosphere. He'd be doing this. That's why that movie is, also because it's like we're all just fucking sitting in our basement talking into a fake talk show. Mom! But in 2000 fucking 7 or 6 or 5 or whatever, when I first saw that movie, it was like the fucking burlesque stuff is hilarious. All that shit of him doing on the waterfront. I mean, I do that stuff on the stage a lot now. When I say that's entertainment and shit like that, it's like that's straight out of, I don't know. I like that lampooning, that kind of self-parody that he's almost like an Elvis. He gets big, fat, this kind of schmaltzy show business, He looks like fucking Meatloaf. He looks like Joey Diaz is who he looks like. But I don't know. It's weird seeing stuff when you're older. I guess it's obvious, but you see more layers. You see more what it's about. Things you miss when you're younger. Uh, the women characters in that movie are very kind of subjugated and not really. I mean, Kathy Moriarty's incredible. She really, holds her own with these monsters. And that was part of the reason I watched it. That whole scene they shot of them meeting at the pool and her splashing, that's down in the West Village. That's that pool where those fucking Keith Haring murals are and shit. So I kind of just wanted to see it again, having lived in New York, just seeing what I would recognize or not recognize versus when I was younger, it just felt like, what, they live in the Bronx? That doesn't make any sense. Like, but now it's like, oh, I get it. They start out in Little Italy. They have this kind of tenement life. And the crazy thing about that movie is that it almost plays like a movie from like the 30s or 40s or something. Like it's very, it just feels like there's a lot of that kind of like dead air of kind of like early television or old movies where it's like it's in black and white. You know, it's almost like the fucking honeymooners. Him and his first wife in that apartment yelling at each other. Don't overcook it. You overcook, you know, like all of that stuff I thought was so funny. That's the genius of those Scorsese movies. They're able to just hone in on these lines like Shine Box. They're just able to hone in on these weird things in the violence. The steak. Don't overcook it. You overcook it's no good. Defeats its own purpose. Every one of those scenes in that movie, it's just like it's very the dialogue. It's a very memorable. The "Did you fuck my wife" scene, or the scene where he's asking Joey Pesci to punch him in the face. So it's a scene about brothers. It's about uh male violence. Just like I don't know. It's like that's how he expresses himself. Uh it's how he makes himself. You know, he's able to afford cars and clothes and this nightclub because he gets famous. You know, it's his self-realization is through violence. And I mean, obviously those fucking boxing scenes and you know, it's just one of the most beautiful fucking movies. I don't know. It's been a fucking couple weeks since I watched it, so now I'm like blanking all the shit I wanted to talk about. Unfortunately, all that music, you know, a lot of people ripped off that movie with like the music, fucking that uh the whole Pagliacci. I guess it's kind of a Pagliacci story. You know, it's sort of a sad clown story. The boxer, and it's of course it's extremely Catholic. You know, which I guess I understood when I was younger, but like it's sort of a crucifixion movie and resurrection type shit where it's like Jake LaMotta, he's got this famous, you know, the other remarkable thing about it is a biopic. It really doesn't feel like a biopic. It feels like it's chiseled in fucking marble in a weird way. Like there's this weird kind of lyrical, angelic, kind of like soaring, kind of like heavenly quality to this movie. Uh, but it's, you know, it's really, there's crucifixes on the wall, his whole weird thing with sex, temptation, the mother and the whore type thing, his jealousy, his obsession. But once again, it's a biopic. It's not a fiction, you know, novel, but it feels like very lyrical. You know, there's those home movies, but it's true. Like they map the story. He has this rivalry with Sugar Ray Leonard, happens sort of around World War II. It's sort of a metaphor for the war or something, maybe in a way. The crowd is violent, the press is violent, there's riots, it's, you know, racial. But at the very end, he just lets Sugar Ray Leonard just like beat the shit out of him. You can see his sort of physical deterioration over the movie, right? As because the thing about Jake LaMotta, he sort of had, I guess he had like a really strong jaw. They said he had one of the best jaws ever in boxing. And he could just take a shitload of punishment. and have the guys punch themselves out, I guess. And so I don't know. I guess it's his CTE or whatever. It's really a movie about brain damage in a lot of ways. Uh, that's what these guys got paid for. And so, good God, at the end when he's just like telling Sugar Ray Robinson to come on, come on, come on, hit me, and he's on the ropes. He never goes down, right? That's his sort of point of pride. So he never actually gets beat. He never. I don't. Does he ever get knocked down in the whole fucking movie? Like, I think Jake LaMotta like maybe only got knocked down like once in his whole fucking career or something like that. Like he lost on points or whatever, but that's why he's the raging bull, is he would get up in people's space. So the movie kind of respects all of that, which is remarkable because it has this whole other side with the mafia and the violence of that. Fucking Frank Vincent, Joe Pesci beats the shit out of him in this movie too. It's gnarly as hell. Um, but it's sort of like show business, being boxing, getting his ass kicked. It's sort of a metaphor just for life. It's a crucifixion, as they say in On the Waterfront. It's him sort of like sacrificing his body, going through all this pain. I don't know. There's something very Catholic about what the fuck was I just watching? Well, this Stu Hart thing is a lot about pain as well, which I'll get into. I know people are eager for that. My wrestling people out there. It's going to be a wrestling focused live stream, everybody. Talking about Raging Bull. This is boxing. But it could, I mean, it's practically the same fucking thing in a certain way. Wrestling was another one of those things that was sort of like an early television. There's something about that's sort of like drone. Raging Bull has this kind of like the sound design in Raging Bull is incredible. Like obviously the editing, Thelma Schoonmaker is incredible and like part of the Scorsese magic, big part of it. But the sound design and the sound editing, because most of the sound is like diegetic, and it's got great music, but just like they use it in a very like unflashy way. They don't necessarily, like now it's like every fucking movie, it's just like they put some classic rock on like the prime and they have some montage or something. Scorsese, it's like a lot of the music is kind of layered in amongst other stuff, TV broadcasts, radio broadcasts. So it's sort of tracking the history of that stuff too. The movie, there's a lot of layers to it. There's a lot of things that it does that it's incorporating in subtle ways, but they're there. History things. Uh yeah, so his triumph is that he gets his ass kicked and he can just take shitloads of punishment. But he's still standing. He's bloody. He can't even fucking see. His face has been all rearranged. His nose is fucking totally fucking up, silly putty. But he's brain dead. Now he's going to be a stand-up comedian. Well, that's his sort of the afterlife of the character is he's like this hedonist. He spent the first part of his life accepting all this damage, discipline, having to cut weight, having to pour ice in his fucking jockey shorts to get his heart on down or whatever because he can't have sex before the fight, or I don't even know what the fucking that's just weird like Catholic, temptation and guilt and resist temptation type shit. And you can tell his wife is probably not having the greatest time. She's just kind of victim of him, but who knows what really happened. But so the end of the movie, right? He's in Miami, he's in Florida, he's in paradise. He's got this nightclub. It's his fucking club. He's an open mic host, basically, which is where we all go to, go to heaven with the open mic host life, and so he's the MC. He's those who can't do host, but and so it goes from there. There's this thing where he gets busted for like these underage people in his establishment, and he goes to jail. He's on a chain gang. He beats his head against the fucking wall. It's almost like a 40s movie. It's like this weird penitence, like fucking. But he's drinking. He's pouring that fucking champagne pyramid. He's just living the high life down in Florida after years and years and years of self discipline and pain. He's a glutton for all the sins now. Lust, gluttony. He's fat. He's a drunk. He's a bad comedian. He's a bad poet. He's a narcissist. He's on stage. His club is named after himself. Jake LaMotta. I wish I could just block out. Maybe I'll just block out the viewers. That way I won't care about it. I mean, this is not a good look. Oh, it's weird because on Ashley's computer I get way more clicks. It's insane. I don't know why that is. Is that an IP thing? It just feels so stupid and senseless and what am I doing with my life? I just keep seeing all these fucking TikTok videos about how I'm about to just like hit the jackpot. So my algorithm clearly knows how to lie to me. Oh no, I need more water. Fuck. Yeah, so raging fucking bull. Give me a stage where this bull here can rage. And then, well, obviously his relationship with his brother and things. He reconciles with his brother. Not really. He sees him in Midtown in this real weird, and his brother doesn't want to talk to him. His brother ignores him. So it's just kind of a sad. But I don't think the real Jake LaMotta story was that sad. It's like if you look at the real guy, it's like he didn't look that bad, and like he worked on this fucking movie that's like legendary. The body transformation stuff too, right, is like crazy. To have De Niro go from, that was like as far as I know, that was the first example of like an actor. I mean, what's a prior example of that? Of an actor like gaining fucking like 80 pounds or something in this sort of like method acting, uh becoming the fucking, there's no prosthetic, there's no makeup. It's like De Niro got fucking fat. And you see it on the screen. It's like, holy shit, it looks like a totally, you can't even believe it's the same guy, really. I guess that's kind of the point. Uh that's life. It's what life can do to you, or I don't know, our bodies do change, depending on what happens to us, feast or famine, or if we're lucky, if we're not lucky, a lot of health things can happen. Change your body changes. So you're lucky if I guess if you can maintain a sleek figure or whatever, healthy, youthful. But it's crazy what these actors. Now it's like that's just normal for Christian Bale. I mean, he doesn't do it anymore, but he did a lot of crazy shit. You know, fluctuating his weight, and it became more of kind of like uh a standard, or like a lot of awards that won a role. Like De Niro won the Academy Award for that fucking movie, for Raging Bull. It didn't win Best Picture. It didn't win Best Director. Fucking Robert Redford did. But he did win Best Actor, which is kind of crazy because it is like uh it's an unusual film. There's a lot of strange, that's one of the things about Scorsese is like he's always using the camera, and like he's always moving the fucking camera. It's always like floating somewhere, and they'll cut, right in the middle of kind of a camera move, so it's like it'll cut as it's rising or something. And so there's all these kind of gravity defying almost like moments. Things and he uses they changed the camera speed a lot. Scorsese gets a lot, and that's something I've been thinking about recently. It's just like how it's kind of just an easy, like with music, right? You can take practically any sound and like either slow it down or speed it up, and it kind of sounds amazing, actually. Like how they've taken like Justin Bieber and like slowed it down, or you can take practically any sound, and if you slow it down 400 times or whatever, it sounds like fucking just this epic kind of reverbed out. It's weird how slowing things down, speeding them up gives them this kind of otherworldly kind of magic. And so Scorsese is constantly, and he's very particular about it. It's like sometimes it's like the whole movie, the beginning of the movie, right? He's in his robe, he's getting ready for the fight. He's in this prison. He's in this fucking cage of the ring where he has to do his work like a fucking bull, like a bull, getting all fucking poked and speared and shit, manipulated psychologically. Uh, but I had a blonde girlfriend at the time. I don't know if we watched the movie together, and I was never like, I think that character has a lot of anger, and he's violent. His job is violent. He's paid to be violent. Unfortunately, it comes home. He hits his brother. He hits his wife. But it's like that character really doesn't understand, like, the way he sort of like woos his wife. It's not like he doesn't really understand like her need. I mean, it's just like he gives her a bunch of stuff. He's like, "You like that car? You want to go for a ride in that car?" He's not articulate. He's just constantly kind of like physicalizing. It's clearly like a physical attraction. I don't know. See, to me, it speaks a lot to the current whatever masculinity crisis or whatever you want to call it. That combination of kind of like this brazen violence, the accepting of the physical punishment, the not really understanding the women. That character has control because he has this livelihood. He has this kind of boxing glamour. He's famous. He's successful. He's making money. Back then, that was like being a fucking, being a championship boxer was like, I don't know, being like a fucking, I don't know, banana ball player or some, I don't know, what's the equivalent? An MMA fighter, I guess. It's like being Brock Lesnar. Now, if they made Raging Bull, it'd be Brock Lesnar and Sable. I imagine their courtship might have been similar. I don't know. What was Brock? I mean, I like Brock Lesnar, I guess, in a way. He seems cool. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. Nothing against Brock Lesnar. Nothing against Brock, the suplex machine. He's incredible. Uh, but I feel different than that now. Like a lot of the comedy, I guess, of that movie, and it is this kind of like twisted comedy. Like a lot of those situations are just so kind of intense that it is almost like this deranged sitcom or something. He's, him and his first wife in particular, the way he yells at his first wife. Do whatever you want. I don't care. See if I care. But yeah, so I feel a lot different now. I think that's something as maybe not for every man, but like now it seems like more than ever, it's like men don't know how to talk to women, they don't know how to relate to women, they don't really know how to learn about women. There's been so much kind of discouragement or uh I don't know, guys have this anger, they have this violence, they're playing video games, they're uh that character, there's kind of an impotency or something that he's like compensating, like he has to beat the shit out of the fucking his wife makes a comment about the one guy's good looking. He goes, "Oh, good looking. Oh, okay." So he beats the pretty right off his face. And as the guy says, he ain't good looking anymore. That's sort of him, that's his insecurity, and it was in a certain way that whole movie is about insecurity and overcompensation. It doesn't really get into why. The Jake LaMotta character, you don't know anything about his parents. They're not in the movie. It's just him and his brother. It's just weird. It's weird because that movie really is boiled down to like those three characters. It is like this trinity. There's other characters, but they're way in the kind of periphery in the background. John Turturro has a brief, but it's mostly about him, his brother, and his wife, and the kind of his insecurity. He thinks his obsession. I don't know. It kind of drives him or something. It's like he charges. He thinks his brother fucked his wife, or she had sex with some mafia guys or something. He doesn't know. I guess it's just male obsession with virgin or something. Like if she's been with anybody, it's like she's a whore. I don't think that, but like it's a Catholic thing. It's a fucking it's ridiculous. But I think the movie kind of goes for those, those kind of like themes, those not necessarily like biblical, but like uh perennial themes or archetypal themes or something. Madonna and the whore. I don't even know what the hell that is, but that seems like that was what Raging Bull is about. Okay, I've got 0 viewers. My parents must be so proud right now. Oh, I did get a new phone. Maybe I should talk about that for a second. I did. I finally just bit the bullet. I was a week late for this fucking promo. They were giving these phones away for free a week ago. And I did technically get it for free, but like they had an online thing. You could literally get it for like $200 or something. Well, it's last time I got my phone, it's like you pay for 3 months up front and you get the phone for free. There's taxes and fees and shit, but you get the phone for free. And it's a nice phone. It's probably the nicest phone I've fucking ever had, to be honest. And so I've been reading Reddits and I looked at their website and shit. And I liked Cricket. I used Cricket. I had no problem with Cricket. I have this thing where it's $55 and it's just like all inclusive. My fucking speed is fast, unlimited talk, text, whatever, unlimited TikTok videos. That's all I care about. Unlimited fucking YouTube. And so I didn't really want to leave Cricket, actually. Cricket, if you're out there listening. And it's a surprise to me that like they almost encourage you to leave because they want to flip somebody from a different service. If you like, I've been with Cricket. I've had my this for like 3.5 years, and my phone it literally just stopped fucking working this week. Basically, like it's unusable. It restarts every 2 minutes. It's done. The fucking headset doesn't work. It's done. So it's like I kind of need to get a new phone. Unfortunately, I'm so fucking cheap. I've pushed it. Like I easily could have done this, but I didn't want to leave Cricket. And so they didn't, if I wanted to get a new phone, I would have had to pay retail price. It would have been like, and for whatever reason, like I've been looking on Craigslist or whatever, iPhones have gotten expensive. It's just not easy to find deals anymore. It's like, even on Craigslist, an iPhone is like 200 bucks, 250, 300 bucks. And so I just, I've just sort of, I would look every few months and then I just give up because I'm like, I'm not seeing anything. Uh, stuck. I'm fucked with Cricket, I guess. And why, it's still working. So why not? Why not do my little iPhone SE from fucking 2020? And so finally, the goddamn thing just broke. So I kind of had to find some kind of deal. So I found this deal, Total Wireless. Like I said, if you go into the store, it said the phone is on us. And so I'm like, I know they're going to try to dick me with fees and whatever, but like, I think I can work with them. I looked at this Google review. Okay, so there's surprise, surprise, all of the Total Wireless stores are like in the ghetto. So there's tons of them around here. There's one on 125th Street, and there was one right across the park, like on whatever it is, Madison. And so I'm like, okay, I'll just fucking walk over there. I know the salesmen are going to kind of try to fucking like take me for whatever they can take me for. So I'm going to try to be vigilant about that. But like, look, if I could, the deal is 3 months up front, $65 a month. So it's $195 plus taxes and fees, whatever those might be. An activation fee. The guy charged me for 3 months protection, $5 a month. So I told him, I did the calculation in my head. It's like I already pay $55 a month. So I'm already going to pay $165 no matter what with Cricket and not even get anything out of it. And so it's like, okay. So even if I decided if I can pay up to $250, that means technically I'm paying less than $100 for a brand new fucking phone. And I'm just paying my phone bill for the next 3 months up front, which is not a bad thing to do either. So it's like it's less than $100. If I can get out of there for $250 or less, I'll just fucking buy it. And so I looked up on fucking Google reviews or whatever. They had 5 stars. This guy Abdul. Shout out to my man Abdul. So I go into fucking Total Wireless. I like walking across the park. It was a nice walk. I walked through the ravine. I went to that new fucking overlook on the aquatic center or whatever that was. It was nice. I had a nice little, but I wanted to put it off as long as I can because my fucking my month doesn't end till the 23rd on Cricket. So it's like I was trying to put it off until like close to the 23rd, but like whatever, it is what it is. I had to eat the cost of that. That's the cost of doing business. We just wanted to make a deal, okay? This was like Trump and Israel, okay? We just wanted a deal, and then we'll hammer out the details, okay? This was like my Trump deal in Israel, okay, in Palestine. It's just like we want the deal, and then we'll, whatever. If I have to eat the cost of this or that, not a problem. I mean, this was our biggest week last week at open mic. So, I have kind of an excuse to splurge. And, I need a new fucking phone for my vlogs, for my live streams, for everything, for the open mic, for Instagram, for Christ's sake. It's how I run my life. So I go in there and Abdul is with a customer, this really nice black lady. I don't remember what her name was, but I'm wary of salespeople. If I could have done it online, I would have. But online, it's like it was basically the same deal. It was like $50 for the phone online, but like in person, you have to pay a $50 activation fee. And so anyway, we go back and forth, and like I'm sort of like, I'm gonna wait a couple more days. Like I want to let me see if anything changes if there's a better deal. To be honest, I just think there's not a better deal out there. Like I've got a fucking iPhone 13. It's got two fucking cameras. I've never had a phone with the two cameras. Apparently there's like depth of field in it, so it's like my vlogs are about to get a lot more cinematic, everybody. I think. I think the cameras are better. I haven't really used it. It's definitely a lot louder, which is amazing. The speaker is way louder. And so I haggled with the guy. It was beautiful. It was kind of an old fashioned. And I basically told him, like, it did not feel like a Sabra Price is Right thing. It did not feel like they were going to give me like some kind of knockoff third Sony guts. It wasn't like Sony guts. It's like I looked at it online. I don't know, for whatever reason, they're trying to get rid of these iPhone 13s. There's some new phone coming out, and it's a really good promotion. I encourage other people to do it if you need a new phone. I mean, originally with all the fucking taxes and fees and shit, it was going to be like $287 or some shit. And I was like, look, if I can get it, the first thing I asked him was like, what's the out the door cost? On the window, it says it's on us, iPhone 13 on us. And so I just asked the guy, I'm like, what's the out the door cost? Just let me, I know it's not going to be free. So just tell me how much money I have to give you to like walk out of here with a phone and like whatever, 3 months of fucking service, which I'm going to fucking, have to pay for anyway. And so it's like, I'm happy to pay it 3 months in advance. And just from what I could see, Total Wireless is actually pretty good service. Like I've liked Cricket. I was not dissatisfied with my Cricket service like at all. I got free HBO Max. It's how I watch fucking Bill Maher. Unfortunately, so maybe it's good that this is progress. But now I've got Disney Plus. With fucking Total Wireless, you get Disney Plus. I don't think they have Bill Maher on Disney Plus. I don't want Disney Plus. I thought we were boycotting Disney Plus. That's not why I got the phone. I don't give a fuck about HBO Max either, but I'd rather have Max than Disney Plus. But for whatever reason, the other thing is the phone unlocks at the end of 3 months. So it's like literally, if I want to switch carriers at the end of 3 months, I can do that. If it doesn't work, which like I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. It looks good to me. But like if I wanted to switch back, I could probably even get another fucking phone somewhere. Because all you have to do is like switch your number and they'll give you a free fucking iPhone. So, or like, paying less than $100 for a brand new iPhone 13, 128 gigs, like, it's something I use a lot as a fucking tool in every fucking, thing I do, making TikTok videos or streaming, as you guys know. And so it's not a bad idea. I mean, I didn't get any fucking earbuds or anything. It doesn't even come with like a fucking brick. It's like literally just a fucking USB-C to lightning. It's still a lightning port, everybody. So it is like the old fucking, but I mean, this is like I said, this is like the chunkiest, uh, tastiest fucking iPhone I've had. So look to that upgrade and all we're leveling up, people. The sky's the limit now that I've got a fucking iPhone 13. So literally, I told the guy, look, if I can get out of here for $250 or less, I didn't really want to do it that day because I'm just that kind of person. I want to kick the can down, but I don't know. I had a good feeling about it. The guy he was persistent. He could tell that I was like buckling. He could tell that I was like on the fence. And the lady helped too. She was like, the guy told me if I 250, he'd do it. For 250, he'd do it. And then I was like, well, maybe I'll come back Monday and do it then. And he's like, he won't be there. There'll be another guy. It's like, I thought maybe I could go to another store and get him to knock off like the activation. Like if I could have gotten out there for 200, That probably would have been better, or maybe like 230. My iPhone SE, I think I paid 230. Uh, and it was the same deal. It was 3 months service and like all of the fees. And so it was like $250. But as I'm going to pay, he's like, "How are you going to pay?" I'm like, "I'll pay with my debit card." And he's like, "Well, it's 270 with the debit card." I'm like, "Well, you said 250." He's like, "I thought you were paying cash." So I was like, "Well, I'll pay cash. Just let me go to an ATM, or I've got cash from the fucking open mic." But so I fucking he's like he holds onto my goddamn license. And I'm like, "I'll be back in 15 minutes." So I run to this fucking ATM in East Harlem. I get out $250. I run back. I give the guy $250 cash. He's probably pocketing the fucking activation fee or something. But I mean, if that includes taxes, 3 months protection, the 3 months phone bill, and the goddamn phone, like that's pretty fucking good. I know everybody's riveted by the exhaustive detail about how I purchased my new phone. I mean, this is exciting for me. I almost never spend money on anything ever. So, well, to be honest, I have a traumatic relationship with money. I really think it's like an emotional problem because I've sacrificed, like I could have got my teeth fixed, a long time ago. I could have paid for this or that, and I just never pay for anything. I never spend money on anything, and it's like it's not healthy. It's like a fucking it's a real block, and it's just sad. Uh I wish I had money. You see, if I had money, I would fucking spend it. I wouldn't I'm not the only reason I'm frugal is because I feel like I'm barely, I'm on such a razor's edge financially. I have to have a little bit in case. And if I had a bunch of money though, I would definitely spend it. Or some of it, I wouldn't be as fucking like tight assed, pardon my French, as I am. I would definitely be more uh doing things with it. I think I'll always appreciate a value. Like I'm never gonna like let myself get ripped off. Like I think with rich people, especially, it's like if I got rich people especially, it's like they're not gonna question how much you're charging them for anything. And so I don't know. A lot of times they think something because more expensive, it's better, or it has to be expensive if it's good. If it's expensive, it must be good. Just give me the most expensive one. But I want good value for the dollar that I'm spending, okay? I saw this Reddit post. This guy said, these corporations. He said they literally he works for like some kind of I think it was some kind of tractor thing or something. And he's like, literally, if they can cut some kind of anything, safety thing, whatever it is, to give a nickel back to their shareholders, they will do it. And if something is more expensive but will greatly add to the quality of their product, they will not do it because the whole fucking thing is designed to make money for the shareholders. And in fact, these companies have sort of become the product. Like Tesla's, the cars are not really the product. The product is the stock. Like that's what the company is designed for. The company is designed so the stock makes money for the shareholders, not to make good cars. Like as long as they're making money for the shareholders, they don't really give a fuck about the the priority is not to make good cars. The priority is not to make the best thing we can make. The priority is to make money for the shareholders. So that's the product. The product is the company. It's the stock. The actual product is just like uh an excuse. Like I was reading in the context of this question is here, let me read it. I think I've got it here. What companies aren't really in the business we think they are? All right, here it is. I worked for a major agricultural machinery manufacturer for decades. We make tractors and harvesters. We didn't make tractors and harvesters. We made shareholder value. The tractors were a side effect. If a corner could be cut that would harm our end use consumers but would put an extra nickel in the stock price, we cut that corner 100% of the time. If we implemented a new technology in the manufacturing process, it wasn't to improve the product, it was to increase profit either through cost savings or sales potential. This is, of course, true of virtually every company in a capitalist society, but people seem to have this idea that there are engineers sitting in office buildings actively thinking about how to make a better whatever. They don't understand that the only definition of better is more profitable. If the service life of a product could be doubled by adding $1 to the manufacturing cost, that change wouldn't be implemented ever. Craftsmanship and quality are actively punished by our business model. That is like in a nutshell the fucking problem with like everything. It's like it's become more about the money than it has about what the fucking thing actually is. The function. The speculation, the interest, like the one of the big answers in this fucking thing is like airlines are credit card companies with that happen to fly people places, or like fucking Starbucks is a bank supposedly, according to these fucking people. Best Buy is in the business of selling cables and service plans. They make very little off most large tag items. Costco's in the membership business. Even a small Costco makes $200 million a year. Costco has a negative cash conversion cycle, meaning it will sell through from a delivery from a supplier before the bill is due. So the suppliers are financing Costco's operations. I mean, I feel like this is a lot of whether things succeed or not now. It's like if you find some fucking loophole, or this thing where it's like McDonald's is a real estate company, not a food business. Or like the other answer is like bands are selling merch, basically. They sell t-shirts, right? Their album is something they put out as an advertisement for their live shows so they can sell t-shirts, which is how they actually make money. Something is seriously wrong here, people. There's something rotten in the state of downtown Manhattan. So I've got to write my dinner with Andre play. God damn it. No one's watching this shit. Maybe I should have done it on my new phone. I should have inaugurated my live stream on my new phone, but I thought the laptop was really going to get shitloads of clicks. It does on Ashley's laptop for some reason. Why? Why is that? Because it's a different model of laptop or something? I don't know. Very strange. Very fucking weird. Because it's my account on both devices. My one live stream got almost 500. It did get 500 views. This will probably have 20 or less. What the fuck was I talking about? What was I pontificating? Oh, Raging Bull. Oh, well, I want to talk about Stu Hart, but there was something in between. Oh, my new phone. So shout out to Abdul and the lady who was there. I don't feel ripped off. Actually, I think this phone. I think it's the real deal. It looks like it was a sealed Apple product. It was brand new. It's not even refurbished or anything. It's literally a brand new phone. And these are good phones. I mean, I looked up the reviews of the iPhone 16e. Boost is running a fucking. This is my product review stream. Okay, this should get tons of views. Should do. I should have done an unboxing video. Did you see the Werner Herzog unboxing video? He's on Instagram now. I think it's cool that the greatest film directors in the world are on Instagram. Jim Jarmusch and Francis Ford Coppola and Werner Herzog and Scorsese are making fucking Instagrams. Like, Jesus Christ. It's insane. Does Wim Wenders have an Instagram? So yeah, I don't know. I shop around. I looked at it from every angle. They had one that you could get the iPhone 14. It's not enough of an improvement. And actually, the iPhone 16e, it's only has one camera, so it's actually kind of a step down, even though it's a newer phone. So I think this phone came out in 23, maybe 22 or 23. So it's not a spring chicken. That's my whole life. I've been hand me downs or playing with somebody else's toys, something you bought in a thrift store, something you found on the fucking street. Most of my furniture I found on the street. Used bookstore. Everything I own is fucking used. I mean, at this point, it's better. Everybody knows it. The secret's out. Used is better than new. It's all just crap now for the reasons we just mentioned. They're not in the interest of making good clothes that will last. In fact, that's actually counter the business model. So something needs to change. How do we incentivize making good shit? To use their favorite fucking word for everything. How do we incentivize quality? That's a novel idea. Incentivize craftsmanship, craftspersonship, okay? Rather than, fast fashion or uh, bad food, whatever. Okay, let me talk about Stu Hart. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't done that much with the new phone. I watched TikTok on it. It seems to be doing good. So far, so good. I'm not sure if that's a good thing for me personally, but the TikTok is good. It doesn't have a home button, so it's like kind of a new thing for me. It's like you just kind of judge the thing off screen, but what do I know? I mean, the technology has moved way, way, way past me. So the fact that I'm even like in the last 5 years is like, okay. My computer is from 2012. That's probably why no one is watching. The computer's too fucking old. We can't send people to watch this. Let me just watch on the phone real fast. Let's watch. Let's get the live stream on the phone, and then you guys can judge for yourselves. It's got a Retina display, right? Don't we love that? We love hail to the Retina display. It's not even popping up. Okay, here it is. Okay, popping up. Oh, there it is. Okay, here it is. Okay, popping up. Oh, there it is. Okay, here I am. Here we are. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we are. Everybody freaking out yet? Okay, here we are. Are you freaking the fuck out yet? We are. Are you freaking the fuck out yet? We are. Freaking the fuck out. So yeah, there's my new phone. There's my new phone. There's my new phone. It's in shitification, as that book is or whatever. Okay, so yeah, you tuned in just in time for me to talk about Stu Hart's dungeon. Well, I don't know. The idea being yeah, so I've been listening to tons of cornette. I don't know. I should have done. Ashley's in France, so I should have done something. Yesterday, I took a big walk around. Well, because I got a new phone. Then I walked down the Upper East Side to just see the Upper East Side. I don't know. It's kind of a happening place. The Upper West and the Upper East, they're kind of a happening place on Friday or Saturday night in an old people kind of way. Now that I'm old, I've retired upstate. It's like I feel like I live upstate. I'm in Siberia up here, but actually, I've been kind of tapping into the nightlife around here, and so there. It's not like there's nothing going on. There's some activity, but like there does need to be some kind of shows or something. I just don't know why that doesn't exist here. Why don't bands play up here? Like, because there are young people up here. There's Tiki Chick. I was in this place last night. Jake's Dilemma. I just needed to go out and be with people. I just needed to feel like I was like, uh, at a party or something. And for whatever reason, I don't know. I should have gone to Brooklyn or something, but I'm just so freaking lazy. And once again, I'm cheap. I don't want to pay for the train. But I walked down the Upper East Side, and there was a store, there was this sex toy store that was like having some kind of opening or something. It was called Afterglow. And so, it was like early in the evening. I'd walk through Central Park a little bit, then I cut over at like the reservoir because I like walking through the Upper East Side. It's been a while since I've been over there. I like walking, there's the comic strip is over there. There's a lot of cool restaurants, but it's also like it's just not on the map of anybody in Ridgewood or Bushwick. It's like it's such a different world than like it's hard to believe that's even like the same, but it's young people. It's like they're hip people, sort of. They're smart. They probably have good jobs or they're just rich or something. But like there's something about the Upper East Side that's like it's not like there is a nightlife, but it's not like a youth culture. It's just like that place Cafe Maud or whatever just took over this two-story. So I'm like, is there an opportunity there? Like, can we make something up here? Could we have a reading or an open mic, or should we try to get a gig up here or something just to like I go to that West Park open mic every Friday. It's a pretty cool fucking spot. Like, I don't know why more people don't go to that. Like, Tiki Chick is right there. There's a whole strip of places that like I don't know what this bar is next to Tiki Chick, but I actually really like this bar a lot. It has a cool interior. There's water. You can get water. There's like three different water fucking stations that you can just like get a cup of water, which I find like every bar should do that, but you don't find it everywhere. It's kind of rare. So it's like I can hit up Tiki Chick, get a chicken sandwich, $5. I get some water at the next place. I charge my phone on my fucking, MagSafe because I've been so cheap. I haven't gotten a new phone, even though it's been broken for a year. That's just my lifestyle, my impoverished lifestyle. I'm afraid to spend money. Growing up poor, you're just afraid. You're afraid to spend money because you're like, what if I'm poor? What if I'm fucking homeless? I can't spend my money. The money is like protection. It's like, okay, I won't be homeless because I have money. Like, I can't spend any money, but it is like this weird obsessive, uh, neurotic, whatever. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I want to be an impresario. Well, I don't know why Central Park isn't the fucking nightlife or like why isn't there just like people playing all over Central Park? Why aren't there musicians? And there are. Why aren't there poets? Why aren't there comedians? Why aren't there? I mean, Central Park could be like this fucking lit ass cultural festival every fucking day. And these venues are kind of seamless. It's like 1 minute you're fucking at Strawberry Fields, and then 10 minutes later you're at West Park open mic. It's kind of a cool, stream to be in. Even though it's like not hip at all. Everybody's fucking old up here. or something. I don't know. I don't even know who the fuck. It's Columbia kids, some of them, but when I see like Tiki Chick or that bar next to it, what the fuck is it called? I don't know. And they're packed. They'll be packed on a Friday night. It's like, who the fuck are these people? Like, uh, why are there not events up here? If there's all these young people, why are there not? These people have real jobs, I guess. They don't need to be doing like some reading in a fucking coffee house. There's this coffee house, Chaotic Good, which looks like this kind of cool little expensive, probably, but like nobody ever would do a reading here. Like, why not? Like, or a little open mic or something. Like, would people come to it even? I don't know. I'm trying to find a venue. I love this bar right over here, 1020 Bar. I don't know if people have been to 1020 Bar. Probably not. It's right on Cathedral Parkway and Amsterdam, right next to fucking Insomnia Cookie and the famous Hungarian pastry shop, of course. But 1020 Bar is fucking legit as hell. It's a pool table. There's a projector. It's kind of a sports bar, but like it's booths. It reminds me of something it's such a college. It reminds me of something at Ohio State. It feels like Dick's Den, or it's wood. It's all like, beer soaked wood and vinyl. And it's huge. It's just a nice, big, simple room, green and brown, like a bar should be. There's mirrors, there's a fucking pool table, and there's like kind of a stage thing. And I'm like, do they do shows here? Like, it felt like a bar in San Francisco. It feels like the bars in San Francisco do. They'll probably fucking renovate it and destroy it. But it's kind of a nice bar, 1020 Bar. If I drank, I wish that I drank, because it's like I'd love to just have a drink in every bar. I love bars. I really do. I love just going and sitting in bars and writing in bars. It's fantastic. But I don't drink, and I don't really want to start. I wish that I could go to bars and just like buy, I don't know. I try to get a water and I give them $1 for the water, but you know, I couldn't buy a fucking beer in every bar I go to. I'd be dead. There's a lot of cool bars out there, but I still like going in them. So a lot of times I'll just like walk in and go in and just like stand there and maybe drink some water, and then I'll leave because I like bars. I don't know. I like sitting there. There's activity. People are talking. It's loud. That feels nice to me. If there's a band, even better. If there's live music, hell yeah. If it's free, if there's live music, that's the best case scenario. The bars should just want you in there. They shouldn't really. This idea that you have to buy something, I think, is bullshit. Because this is something I've been thinking a lot. If we are all in a business other than like the open mic or whatever, as artists, at least in bar world, like your job is to sell drinks. That's my job on Monday nights, is to sell drinks. The open mic is just like a form of group hypnosis. It's like it's the distraction, or it's the cause. It's the thing that we're centered around. It's definitely like the amusement. It's the draw, but like the job is to sell as much as we can, to make as much money for the bar as we can. And so, like, that's why there's a 2 drink minimum, blah, blah, blah. But if people are going to stop drinking, then if these are the third spaces, and they're not bad. Like I said, bars are, I don't know, there's a humanity to bars. There's a humanity to getting drunk. For better or for worse. A lot of times when people are at their most kind of like free is when they're drunk. There is something liberate, or I don't know, like sometimes, maybe not all the time. And I'm sure that's not a good thing to think, but like I like bars, and part of the energy in those places is just like people are getting rowdy, they're getting fun, they're getting sexual, they're loosening up. It's not a fucking office. It's not a fucking sanitized, dreary. In fact, probably like if it's kind of musty or like, you want a bar to have a little bit of like I do. I like the library. I want graffiti. I don't want it to be too nasty, but I don't know. I guess I'm a dive bar guy. I like dive bars. To me, that's character. There was this bar I went in last night. What the fuck was it called? It was in the weirdest place. It was like in the East 50s. East 53rd Street has got this jazz club that's like a ramen place. And there was a fucking line half the block of people to get in to see the jazz at the fucking I don't know if it was sushi or ramen, but I don't know if they're viral on TikTok or what, but this whole strip on 53rd Street in Midtown of all places, I think between 2nd and 3rd, was like lit as hell. And there was this bar, what the hell was it called? It was named after a song or something. Oh god. And it turns out it's like a family of bars. Let me look it up. I should be able to remember this, but our brains are all shrinking from social media. It's in my search. Strange Love. Strange Love Bar. Cheap beer and punk rock at 53rd and 3rd, just like the Ramones song. And so it's a part of the restaurant group. I don't know what you call that in bars. Hospitality group. Clockwork Bar, which is in Dime Square, basically. It's on East Broadway. Linden Bar and Wide Shut. All these bars have like this same branding. But this place was, I don't know, there's graffiti all over it. I'm just like, who is coming here to this bar to hang out here? It's like a punk rock, supposedly bar, but they don't have like entertainment of any kind. They don't have bands. They're probably playing a fucking iPod or one of those like music match fucking, electronic jukebox, digital jukebox things. So it's like, who's coming to the punk rock bar in Midtown East? I don't fucking know. That karaoke place where I hosted went out of business. Keats. It was called Keats. I hosted twice there. They paid me $100 and the drinks were free. And then they didn't ask me back. I could do that job now, I think. Now I could get like a draw or whatever. So like I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to, expand and get other venues basically, or other nights. I could be doing this 4 nights a week maybe. If I had one on the Upper West Side, one in Brooklyn, maybe one in Midtown, an open mic 4 days a fucking week, making $100 at least each time. That's where I should be at, but it's nice to. Well, this is something else I wanted to talk about. The guy, this sort of patriarch of the Zabars thing. Speaking of the Upper West Side and everything that the psychogeography of the area, I guess, is what I'm inadvertently drawn to, and so that's kind of what I've been investigating. But it also just happened. It was on the front page of the New York Times. I don't remember what his name is. Zabar. He was the kind of the guy who made it what it was. And so they had his obituary, like I said, was on the front page. He was 97. But it just talks about, the course of his life, how he never intended to even get into that business. He wanted, it was his family, but like he wanted to do something else. I forget what. And he just sort of ended up there, and like he was like the smoked fish guy or something. And he's sort of this legend for, knowing what the hell he's talking about and whatever. And I love Zabars. I mean, well, this is something. I was having a conversation with my friend the other day. He lives on the Upper West Side, and we were talking about how we love Zabars. Like I said, living uptown feels like living in a rom com from like the 80s. Zabar's is like in movies from the 80s. So when you go to Zabar's, you're like, you really feel like I'm in a Woody Allen movie or whatever, a Nora Ephron movie or whatever. I mean, when Harry Met Sally, whatever the fuck it is. But it's also just a great business. That's where I get my shepherd's pie. $10. They have a great, all of their pre-made food is great. You can actually get good deals on like something that's like a respectable meal for a good price, with sort of homemade ingredients. Like I said, I get the shepherd's pie, but they have tons of shit there. Everything you can think of, you can get there. Their blintzes, whatever. They've got a whole hot food thing. Anything you name it, lasagna, whatever. Uh, Sushi. They have fucking sushi. Uh, but it's just a great emporium. But the question being, why don't they franchise? Why does Zabar? They only have, as far as I know, they only have one location. They might have little, like one or two little satellites. I'm not sure. It's downtown or something, maybe. I don't know. But as far as I know, that Zabar's at 80th and Broadway or whatever it is. It's like the only one, like probably more or less on the planet. And yet they have this brand, like the fucking Zabar's logo, the orange is like known. That's what all of these fucking, every company's paying, killing to have. And so they asked the guy, like, why the fuck, why don't you franchise this? Like you could have Zabars everywhere in New York, at least. Like I wish they did. I wish there was a fucking Zabars like downtown I could go to, like near Union Square or something. Or in Midtown or in Brooklyn or any fucking place uptown. It'd be nice to have a Zabars in the neighborhood, like a fucking West Side Market or something, because they do good business. Where else am I going to get shepherd's pie? And so they asked him, like why don't you franchise this or that? And he's like, he goes there. I don't know if he went 7 days a week, but like he worked a full schedule like his whole fucking life, even after the business was successful and yada blah blah blah. And he said, it's not a money making. That's not the point of what we do. The point of what we do is not to just make as much fucking money as possible. It's a way of life, coming here, doing the work, talking to the distributors, evaluating the fish, whatever, doing his job. That's the point. The point is the work. The point is that it's a way of life. Going, he could have cashed out. He could have moved to Florida. He could have franchised it. He could have, bought a fucking super yacht. And he could have been in fucking, Ibiza or whatever with Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. He could be in the boiler room. But that's not what motivated them. And I think that I related to that a lot. And I just think that that's in a certain way, like eventually I think like that's the only solution you come to just about life is like even, like these rock and roll guys, like that's why they're still on tour because it's like that's just what they do. That is their way of life. They play shows, they make music, they record, they go on tour, they travel. Like for that guy, it was like that was his way of life was like running that business, showing up, doing what he's done, doing what his job is, for whatever reason, that's what he landed in and that's what he's good at. And I don't know, with the open mic, it's sort of a similar thing where it's like, it's not the point of it, or just anything I do, not even necessarily the open mic, but like my poetry, my books, my fucking vlog, whatever the hell it is. Um, Maybe I should be like I should have had Easy Paradise T-shirts immediately. I should have had Easy Paradise t-shirts 3 years ago. I should have had Easy Paradise t-shirts a month in. I could have sold a lot of them probably. I probably could have sold hundreds of fucking t-shirts. Or, at least dozens. Over the years, it's not a bad idea. Bands have fucking people want the t-shirt because it's about them, really. Well, it's about their experience. They want a, an emblem or a medallion of, a tangible of a souvenir of their experience. They need a marker. They need to make the memory something which is the feeling, something which is ineffable. They need to make that concrete through uh, t-shirts. But it's also just like a functional object. It's something they can wear, and it's free advertising. It's just dumb not to have t-shirts. And I guess part of it is I'm just lazy. I guess I use the idea that I'm like, I'm not motivated by money. It's my excuse for just not getting off my ass. Like that's why I don't sell books. Like a lot of poets are like they sell books on the street, and I'm talking about used books. And like I'm such a it's such a career of mine to go to bookstores to buy used books, to be obsessed with books. Why not turn it into a job? I've got, a shitload of books. Why not sell, why not, like my mom during the pandemic was sort of like, oh, you could turn that into a business. Like I could add an Instagram where I like sold fucking poetry books or something, ship them to people, right? Like that's what drop shipping, upcycling. It's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to contribute to the monetization, the marketization, increasing the market cap literally of fucking everything, because now everything is sold online for way more than it should be. Because you're not just competing with a bunch of weirdos in used bookstores, you're competing with collectors and people who are willing to pay 20 or 30 or 40 or $75 for some fucking obscure poetry thing. So it kind of takes the fun out of it. It's like hyper capitalizing on it. And I just don't want to be a part of that. And so, like I print my little zines and stuff in a way that I feel ethical. These are the resources I have. This is the reach that I'm able to extend to circumstantially with what I have right now. It's like, could I move a lot more of my books? Could I be more ambitious in that way? Like, yeah, probably. But it's sort of an ethic of mine to keep it this sort of hand to hand thing. I don't know. I like dealing in sort of like a local face to face way. I'm old fashioned. I was just watching this thing about this restaurant, and I think it was in Midtown East. It was in the 50s somewhere. They were talking about in 1940, all of these workers from the World's Fair. There was a restaurant at the World's Fair called the Pavilion. All these French uh, chefs and shit worked at this restaurant. And then when the World's Fair ended, they wanted to go back to France, but they couldn't because of the war, obviously. So they stayed in New York and they started this fucking restaurant, Le Pavillon or whatever. It's like this famous restaurant, uh, French restaurant. And all of these other restaurants sort of sprouted off of it, La Grande Way or whatever the hell it is, and these other places. So they trained a whole generation of chefs, is what it said. And it immediately became this huge success because it was authentic and blah, blah, blah. And there was this guy who was sort of the head chef personality, sort of like the Chef Hubert. This guy in Columbus, Chef Hubert, was like the celebrity chef. But running a restaurant, running that room, running a small room, service industry, small club, it's like that feels right to me. It feels to be like sort of a cabaret superintendent, You're almost like the managing the floor in a restaurant. You've got a guest list. You've got people you're expecting. You want it to go well, but you're also this sort of like personality. You're visible. You're a character. Like Elaine's or whatever, right? That restaurant on the Upper East Side was sort of like this famous celebrity, whatever. It's in Manhattan, famous, the Woody Allen, right? Those they he who will not be mentioned. Speaking of Upper East Side, Elaine was like this driving mascot, right? Owner, proprietor, mascot. I don't know. It feels natural for human beings to kind of like group in those ways, and I don't know. It's kind of it's fun when things have that kind of thumbprint and that kind of individuality. And, they said when the guy passed away, nobody else could do it. So the restaurant closed down a few years later. And there's a kind of magic to that, that kind of supervision and vision, administrative or whatever. And I don't know, just studying that kind of stuff. Like, okay, so the most recent example, the thing I was into today, right? I mentioned this a few times. I know people are super stoked to hear about me talk. Finally, I'm going to talk about Stu Hart's Dungeon. This is for my real wrestling nerds, my Pura Risu marks. No one is watching this, but is the sound? I think the sound is good. I did check in on my new phone, my new iPhone 13, thanks to Abdul at Total. We went under the table. I paid cash. Anyway, still got to write my goddamn My Dinner with Andre play. I need the pressure of a deadline. I need to do things at the last minute. Everything great happens at the last minute. Things come together magically in a way they can if they're sort of. So anyway, okay, so Stu Hart's Dungeon. Stu Hart. I just was reading about him today, so I just learned a lot of this, and I watched a fucking hour and a half documentary about him because I was just. This is something I learned about when I was a kid in middle school and high school when I was obsessed with wrestling. A lot of the wrestlers of who were big in the late '90s and 2000s, Jericho, Lance Storm, Benoit. I hate to say it, Chris Benoit. Also, Edge and Christian, among others, among many. They all trained right at this place in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, with Stu Hart, Stu Hart's Dungeon. When I was probably 97 or 98, that movie Wrestling with Shadows came out, which is a documentary about Bret Hart, the Montreal screw job. Bret Hart is a he's just an honorable person in certain ways. Um, he's a hilarious. There's a guy on TikTok who does Bret Hart impersonation. And it's because Bret Hart is just so bitter about everything. He just complains everything's lousy. I thought WrestleMania was lousy. The booking was terrible. If Bill Goldberg hadn't kicked me in the head and cost me $16 million, I probably would still be wrestling today. But Bill Goldberg is a shit wrestler. So the Hart family is this kind of legendary. They might be the premier family in wrestling, and they're just huge. I think there's 12 of them. Bret Hart and Owen Hart, probably the most famous. Owen Hart, of course, passed away right as tragically at a pay per view. I was watching it when it happened. I saw it live. I saw JR live, JR and the King live. Have to deal with that. I don't know. I spent the whole fucking week watching wrestling videos. I don't even know why. What the hell did I do this week? Nothing. Nothing. Well, I've been live streaming, sort of, to not much. God, what's the word I'm thinking of? To know, not uproar, not to no avail, to no applause, to no fuck. There's some fucking term I'm trying to think of. I can't think of it right now. Give me a minute. To no fervor, notice, to know. Yeah, it's like Ishtar. Anyway, yeah. So in that movie, there's footage of Stu Hart in the dungeon. Blah blah blah. And so, when I'm 12 or 13 or 14, thinking about, oh, maybe someday I'll be a pro wrestler. I never really thought I'd go to Stu Hart's dungeon, but I always wanted to wrestle in Japan. That was a dream of mine because if you were really like a big hotshot American wrestler, you would go to Japan. Like Flair has in Hogan, they have these crazy fucking stories about they're in New York and then they fly to Tokyo and then they fly to Atlanta and then they fly back to New York. It's like all in 4 days and shit. It's like just crazy. How many of these guys work in Japan? And I don't know. There was sort of, that's where there was a more of a sophistication with the technique, precision. There was exciting things happening with the styles, you know, um, lucha libre style or, uh, the Canadian, I guess, is more kind of submission based. Like fucking Stu Hart. So I guess his story, he started out like as an amateur wrestler, like a fucking, collegiate wrestler or whatever. Then he came to New York and he was sort of involved here and wrestled. He met his wife here and he was sort of, becoming a success in New York. And for whatever reason, he wanted to move. He moved to Montana to kind of start his own territory, right? And so this is something I wanted to delve into. Not that zero viewers and zero likes. This is just fucking sad and pathetic. But I don't know. This is the lesson, okay? For those who have ears to hear, let them hear about Stu Hart. So the idea with the territories, right, is like it's uh it's local businesses. Rather than being under the umbrella of WWF, which dominates and is sort of like the Walmart of wrestling, or the Amazon, or just the kind of mega monolithic, homogenous, sucked up all the energy of the localities, right? Of all of the minor league kind of training. Whereas, this is something Cornette bitches about. He's still living in like the territories days. He talks about what's the guy, Jim Crockett and Bill Apter, who's the guy. There's AWA and there's Mid South and there's all these local pieces of pie. It's not just one big pie that Vince McMahon fucking owns. It's this guy has his little domain. These people have Texas. These people have California. These people have San Francisco. These people have LA. McMahon is like the Northeast corridor, but then there's mid Tennessee, Memphis, fucking champion, whatever. There's all these little, and they all have their little flavors, and they can develop talent. They can learn the business and keep it in this kind of like idiosyncratic, more focused. Uh, I mean, this is something that like the guy is sort of lamenting in the documentaries. Now there's no minor leagues so the Stampede Wrestling in this Stu Hart dungeon, right, was in the middle of fucking nowhere in Canada, like SCTV or something, Calgary, right, like literally like way the fuck out there, really fucking cold. And so he bought this goddamn mansion, right, in I guess what the early 50s, and just had this huge brood, like the fucking Hotel New Hampshire. It's one of those things. It's like the Tenenbaum House. It's like Life Aquatic. It's like Hotel New Hampshire, where it's like it's this giant house full of people, full of fucking circus animals. He wrestled a tiger. He wrestled a bear, but they're all obsessed with wrestling. They're all focused on wrestling. He's the paterfamilias. He learned from, like, people that wrestled with Frank Gotch and these people that literally invented it in the fucking 1890s. So you're getting that lineage through Stu Hart, literally from the beginning of wrestling or whatever, the 1890s, through Stu Hart into people like Jericho, Lance Storm, Edge and Christian, Bret Hart, Owen Hart, Dynamite Kid, the list of people that train. So it's one of those type places. It's one of these, like, sort of magical, I don't know, well springs of talent, like Second City, or I don't know. I guess I'm fascinated with these kind of places, or Poetry Project, or Saturday Night Live, or it's like it's a training ground, and the people that sort of learn there, it's like there's some kind of proof that it's like this kind of magical. But it's also, the other thing about the dungeon is it, like, really is this, like, really unassuming, like, it's a wood paneled fucking basement. When you actually see it, and it's in this documentary, when you hear the mythology of it, it's like it sounds so, it's like these guys learn. He you know so the idea is Stu Hart is, like, torturing these guys by putting them in submission holds. This is how they learn. He puts Bret Hart in a fucking sleeper hold till he passes out, and then he picks him up and he puts him in a different sleeper hold and he passes out again, and then he does it again, and then he does it again. It's like, so he's got 12 kids. They're all in the wrestling business, whether they want to be or not, because he's running this Stampede Wrestling. So he's a promoter. He's got his live shows, right? Stampede Wrestling, where he's got Dynamite Kid and Junkyard Dog. It's crazy because really a lot of the WWF wrestler superstars, he sort of made them what they were. Like a lot of the wrestlers from the 80s, Junkyard Dog, Abdullah the Butcher, Honky Tonk Man, Jim Neidhart and Bret Hart were like the Hart Foundation in the 80s. They all trained with Stu Hart. They went through the dungeon. They went through the site of minor league, local, it's not arenas. They're playing probably to a few thousand people, but they're getting their nut. So it's like he said they played Calgary, then they played Regina, then they played, Edmonton, then they played Spokane, then they played, Vancouver, so it's like they had this kind of rotation of markets where they would draw money on, like, sort of a tour, right? And he could have this house and run this school and run his shows and wrestle fucking bears and raise his family and have this kind of cool magical, I don't know. I guess there's something warm. It's like the Slooge, right? The Slooge was like the same thing. The Slooge was like, we had our dungeon in the basement where the instruments were the mat. That was like the studio. Dude, if we had the fucking Slooge in the era of live streaming, that would have been the ultimate, like, live streaming studio. Like, having fucking cameras and shit in that basement, it would have been the ultimate place to just make content. But we were just a little too early. And it was sort of a streamer house. Now you hear about all these fucking streamer houses and shit. It's like that's basically what the Slooge was. Just a bunch of sort of like artists. Now it's content creators and fucking live streamers get a house together. But I don't know. That's sort of the fantasy. I don't know why. Are humans meant to live that way? Is that a commune? Is it a cult? Is Stu Hart's dungeon, is that a cult? Like, yeah, in a way, kinda. He fucking, wrestles these guys into pretzels. He hurts them. They talk about how the blood vessels in their eyes broke from the pain of being in these submission holds and shit. But so, like, the Slooge wasn't really about that, but it was a concentrated place. We all lived there. So it's a house full of people that are like working on a common thing. Friends are coming over. You can cook together. You can break bread. That's the optimal kind of creative situation where things just happen. In watching these tapes of the guys run matches in his basement, it's this amazing stripped down rehearsal, right, for the show. And it's fascinating to watch that process. Rehearsal, it's such a humble place. It's like there's holes in the fucking ceiling from where guys went through. But it's really, there's fucking pipes. There's just like the fucking sewage pipes and the heating pipes and shit. Just like a regular, it looked like our basement at Pomona Court in fucking Hilliard. It literally looked like the same fucking wood paneling and shit. It felt like suburban anywhere. And yet it's this hallowed, school where all of these fucking legends, people would go on to fill arenas, right? They've got, the conservatory, the kind of like you got to study with the master sensei type shit, way in the middle of fucking nowhere, snowy, cold ass, dark ass Calgary, Alberta, Canada, where this dude is just gonna whip your ass. There's nobody out there, there's no glamour. It's not Vince McMahon, it's not New York. They always refer to the WWF as New York. And but it's the training ground and the things that happened. So if you look at those wrestlers from the 80s, they all came from the dungeon. Then look at the wrestlers in the 90s and 2000s. Jericho, like I said, Lance Storm, Edge and Christian. Jushin Liger studied at the fucking dungeon. It's like they created a lot of the WWF. That's not to even mention Bret Hart and Owen Hart, right? Who were obviously, Bret Hart was sort of the marquee guy of WWF for the first part of the 90s, or maybe the mid 90s. I want to do some Mount Rushmores. I'm going to do some Mount Rushmores. That's something I see. Who's your Mount Rushmore of wrestling? So I do want to talk about my Mount Rushmore of wrestling. My Mount Rushmore of wrestling, I was thinking about this. It's Flair and Hogan. It's got to be Flair and Hogan. And then I like Shawn Michaels. I think just Shawn Michaels maybe as like an in-ring performer. You kind of got it. He kind of revolutionized it. And then maybe Andre the Giant. I don't know. Not that Andre the Giant was necessarily the best wrestler, but like I think he is like, I don't know, sort of a larger than life. And there's something important about Andre the Giant that like, okay. The Undertaker, I think, is like kind of had a career that like, Undertaker's been a lot of the best matches ever. In a lot of the iconic moments, like the Undertaker was there. And he was just very consistent. He never jumped ship. He played his character, fucking methodically 100% to the hilt. So in a certain way, maybe the Undertaker, I don't know. But that's just WWF type shit. In a certain way, the Mount Rushmore thing doesn't really work. It's just too limited. There's too many guys to talk about. Like I love the Steiners. I think the Steiners are like incredible to watch. And Scott Steiner, I think, is like weirdly underrated. There's tons of guys you could talk about. But anyway, I don't want to get diverted from the Stu Hart thing because part of what I'm making a larger point of just about like how people are trained and just like the systems that are required. Like having this house, having this centralized location, and just this weird kind of like humble basement. Like this was not some glitzy operation. It wasn't like some fucking like $1 million facility like The Rock probably has in his fucking house. Like it wasn't like some state of the art training facility or any shit like that. It was some old guy who was kind of abusive and tough on his kids. But somebody said, and I think there's some truth to this, is like, he was tough on these guys and he was pushing them to their pain limit in order to make them tough. He's preparing them. It's almost like Navy SEAL training or something where it's like you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. I think whatever if you're going into some kind of big time thing, if you're really going for it, I think that's sort of I don't know, it's just part of it. You kind of have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And as a wrestler, right? I mean, there's just a lot of pain. I mean, not a lot of these Stu Hart Dungeon guys had a lot of longevity. I mean, look at Dynamite Kid, look at Davey Boy Smith, I mean, they're practically all dead. Bret Hart's still alive, but he got kicked in the head by Bill Goldberg. Um, so it's almost like the Zabars thing. It's a way of life. His ambition was not to become, some kind of worldwide billionaire of fucking wrestling and own everything. His ambition was to like run his territory, run his shows, have his family. He wasn't greedy to like expand and nationalize and take over. Whereas like every fucking business that succeeds now, it's like it has to do that. Everything else gets eliminated. Everything gets swallowed into Starbucks or Walmart or Amazon or WWF. I mean, now there's AEW or whatever, but and there's like indie stuff in high schools, but uh that's an organic way that this guy was passing on. He didn't even charge to abuse these people, believe it or not. He didn't even ask for money. He would knock you unconscious in his basement for free. And people came from all over the world, to this fucking place because of it, because of what that guy knew, because of his mastery and what he carried with knowing these holds in this kind of martial art or whatever. And well, I guess part of the point being capitalism or whatever we're in right now, sort of stripping away those types of, or I mean, if there are places like that, it's probably the fucking Red Bull Academy, or I don't know, it probably has some kind of corporate, like, is that happening at, Target or Starbucks or, is there, lineage, is there knowledge being passed on at the counter of fucking, Sweet Green or McDonald's or Chipotle or, you know, or at, I mean, what are even the wrestling training camps anymore? I don't even know what they would be. Guitar Center. Uh, it's like a third place, but it's even. I mean, it's even different than a third place because it's like a non-monetized. It's not a gym. It's the guy's fucking house, right? And having the kind of studio dojo in your house where you can it's an intimate way of molding people, educating them, helping them, helping breaking them in, so that's another aspect of it is like he met these people at the beginning, right? When Chris Jericho or Lance Storm or whoever went to Stu Hart's dungeon, that's where they started to learn how to be wrestlers. And so, he could have stayed in New York and probably been a star, in WWF in the 50s and 60s. But he chose to sort of go out and row his own hoe or whatever. Hoe his own row. Or I don't know. What's the term here? I don't know. Seed his own plot. Start his own enterprise to be a business owner, to be a leader, like Don Draper wants to, right? Like that's kind of Don Draper's frustration. He takes a lot of pride. The money is like the money he makes a lot of money. Like Draper's fucking rich, but like he doesn't really care. He'll write a check to Megan for $1 million. It doesn't matter. Whereas like he wants his own thing. It drives him nuts that he gets absorbed into McCann. They just put him into this fucking machine, and he's just going to be one of 100 other fucking guys or 1,000 other guys. He wants his own ship. He wants his own farm. Like I don't know if that's a universal thing, but we're living in a world where just like increasingly like shit is just absorbed into mega WWF is the only game in town, really. There's no more territories. And so that's one reason why I think Cornette is like one of the most important people on the internet. The fact that he has this like really pronounced Southern accent and he's constantly just harping on the territories and how it was like in the fucking. I mean, I was listening to this thing today and like Cornette knows his shit. He knows the old shit. He's really been watching wrestling like since like the fucking 50s, and he's been involved with it since like the early 70s. Like he started out. It's interesting how many of these guys started out taking pictures. Cornette and Paul Heyman both started out. They just said, "Hey, I have a camera. Can I come take pictures of the event?" And that's how they started in wrestling. Which I was doing video shit. That's how I was trying to break into the business of poetry anyway. But wrestling is like Raging Bull, where it has this kind of like element of just like pain. I don't know. I think as men, you sort of have to get used to being in pain. That's why, I mean, thinking about this Stu Hart thing, like, I don't know if he could get away with this today. Like, he would have people come to his house and literally he would just like torment them. Like, that's what people routinely use the word torture when they're describing like what went on there. Like they're saying he's torturing these people. It's like in the politically correct, lawsuit world we live in today, like could he just fucking like manhandle, you know, and knock people out, put them unconscious with like a sleeper hold? Like I don't know, but uh I think wrestling in general is like not a bad male activity. It creates tough people, I think it's a way of learning about fighting and sort of preparing yourself for fighting without actually fighting. It's sort of just like sparring in a way. You're learning holds, interchanges, different kinds of strikes, maybe. There's a lot of fighting styles that get incorporated into wrestling. And watching, these stampede wrestling people, there's a lot of diversity. The way that Chris Benoit wrestles is very fast, and they were talking about how when Dynamite Kid came, he kind of showed Stu Hart that like smaller guys could make money, could be a draw. So he started to train these smaller guys like Chris Benoit, uh, Brian Pillman. He trained guys who weren't like massive fucking muscle, bodybuilders or whatever. 6'5". In wrestling, guys that like are 6'5" like look small. Like a lot of these wrestlers are fucking 6'10". So to have a guy who's 5'8", it's like forget it. You have almost zero chance. But you got to see this other kind of style develop. I watched these two guys that were doing like just sort of a scrimmage match in the dungeon, and it was crazy how good it looked. And it's crazy to think that that developed from just this guy learning these fucking like wrestling holds from like the fucking 1800s, turned into this highly like athletic, fast, Like there is an art to the toward the collage of moves and the rhythm of it. There's sort of a seamless, borderless flow to wrestling. And I think it is one of these things, like we were saying, that's like it's not when you're in flow state, it's like it's not about thinking. Like wrestling, I think is this beautiful form of consciousness where it is like a physical language. There's a grammar to it. There's a fluidity, and it's an improvisation. Although, okay, this was an interesting. Not that anyone is ever going to watch. I did get one like, so this is what I've been absorbing. I watched this video. It was about Randy Savage would script his matches, supposedly. The match that Randy Savage had with Ricky Steamboat at WrestleMania 3, which a lot of people think is like one of the best matches. A lot of his matches. People think that Randy Savage had the best matches of his career with Ultimate Warrior because he scripted them. And part of what I like about wrestling is it is an improvisation. Typically, a lot of these guys, like Hogan or most of them, call it in the ring. So I think by watching wrestling and like when I did wrestling, there's a way that you're collaborating and participating with people. It's almost like easier than improv because you have this stock of like moves that you can do. That you can do a suplex or a Russian leg sweep or a DD. Like there's things you can go to, and that does express something about like your style and who you are. Your move set. Do you want to be aerial? Are you going to do flips? Are you going to do moves are sort of an homage to people who did them before, maybe. There's a lot of different things that you can imply with your kind of move set, and so I find that stuff fascinating. Remembering what characters do, what moves, and why. Um, Bret Hart, the sharpshooter, the Russian leg sweep. He does this jumping kind of forearm thing. It's like you remember. He does a side backbreaker. He does like a snap suplex thing. And they have these cards to play during the match. You remember. It would be out of character. It'd be rare for Bret Hart to do like a moonsault or something. You've never seen it. But that's not to say he couldn't if he wanted to. I don't know. I don't know what the line is there. Like if you want to fucking just add new shit all the time, like why not? But generally, I think they are conscientious about how they fit stuff to the character. They want the moves to express something, like the Tombstone Pile Driver or whatever, or even like Jeff Hardy's moves have this kind of like anime quality. That it says something culturally, aesthetically when he does a Swanton Bomb or that Twist of Fate or whatever the hell. Plus his Janko jeans and his fucking his whole look contributes to the mise en scène. Uh, so I don't know. I'm kind of fascinated by those kind of places, the lore of the dungeon, and I don't know. It can look like the guy is hurting people, but if you look at Bret Hart and Owen Hart and all of his kids, it's like they're honorable people in a weird way. I mean, Bret Hart does complain a lot, but I think that's because he doesn't think the world. I mean, he was in Lonesome Dove. I think he thinks the world is not fair, you know, and so he's constantly trying to. He reminds me of myself. I don't know. If I was a wrestler, I would probably have the same fucking attitude as Bret Hart. I'd probably be constantly bitching and crying sour grapes about shit. Uh, and so, as an open mic host, and even in the Slooge, it was like part of the doing that was like almost like being a teacher. I mean, I know that's like a long ways in the past, but like um, helping people get started, helping people get moving with their art and their, uh, but also helping them, like realize what works and what's good, and trying to, give suggestions or give critique or um, I don't know. I think I can see things about people that like are working and sort of encourage them to pursue certain, you know, I think it can be helpful to give specific feedback in a succinct way to people about what they're doing as just like a pinging, because I think there's probably a lot of bad feedback. Like, what was it they were saying? Like Spinal Tap. One of those movies got like the worst test screenings ever. I think it was Spinal Tap. They just said like the audience just like did not get it at all. No one knew what the hell it was. They're like, "Why are you making a movie about this band? No one's ever heard of them." It's like, is it really fair that that audience at a test screening like filled out a bunch of cards that said they hated the movie? Like, does that make it a fucking? Thank God they didn't change it. So I don't know. You got to find your audience somehow. It's not easy. Maybe my audience is not on fucking YouTube. It's not a bunch of boomers on YouTube. Okay, should I eat now? I'm gonna have some. Because I've been talking about Stu Hart's Dungeon. No one's watching. Did I say everything I need to say about that? I kind of did. I think. I think people are fascinated, but obviously it was just. I mean, all of these things are like yours. It's from my teenage years, and it's something I thought about and was very real. In the late '90s and early 2000s, he was still alive. It was still kind of there. I think they said they sold that place in 2003, and like now some company like restored it or something, and now you can rent it. Apparently, it's available to rent. You can rent Stu Hart's mansion, the Hart House, and the dungeon. Is it still there? Did they renovate the dungeon? What does the dungeon look like? Is it all a bunch of ugly millennial like minimalism shit? Probably has like white, like formica everything. Blaringly, everything is like blindingly white and black and shiny, and it all looks like some kind of fake, I don't know, marble or something. What the hell did they do to Stu Hart's house? They sold it. Why they should have held on to it now? So now Stu Hart's house is gone. So now where are people going to learn? Where will we go now? Who will teach us? Is that just over? Does Jericho have a fucking school? Or see, I mean, well, that guy, I think it's interesting. Even though he was a professional wrestler, he sort of dedicated his life to being a teacher. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking move is for me. 40 years old. Where can I get a Stu Hart house? Or what's going to happen? I don't know. Oh my god, I got two people watching. What the hell else was I going to talk about? Let me look at my fucking notes here real fast. I'm sure there was some other topic that I'm just completely missing on. I've turned off the chat. Okay, you have no voice. I've turned off the chat. Okay, you have no voice. Okay, talked about cornette. How the cornette is the most important. Oh yeah, I got to write this fucking play. I got to write my Dinner with Andre play. So I probably should get off pretty soon to do that. Let me eat. I'm going to eat in front of everybody. See, let me try to remember if there's any other fucking thing I need to talk about. Real fast. Go back and watch from the beginning. You guys missed it. I mean, I was so on fire. It was hilarious. Everything I was saying was so brilliant and insightful. And like, I talked about Raging Bull. Talked about my new phone. I did a review of the iPhone 13. I compared various wireless providers. Talked about different deals that are out there. If you're in the market for a new phone, this live stream could be useful to you. Tomorrow's my dinner with Andre Knight. I hope it stops raining. How has everybody's Northeaster been? Happy Northeaster. I mean, it sucks that it's like cold all of a sudden. But feels like big things are about to happen. About to have a big breakthrough. I can feel it. Into what? I have no idea. I really have no clue. I don't know what I could possibly be successful at. My live stream, suddenly millions of people are going to start watching this. Millions of people want to hear me talk about the Stu Hart dungeon. I mean, I would last probably 5 minutes. Watch some of this footage of this guy putting people in holds. He's 80 years old. He's putting these fucking guys in, like, pushing their arm back and shit. It's like they're screaming. Ah! I would last 5 seconds. I would be out of there. I'd be like, fuck this. I cannot do this. But I'm also like, I don't know. I mean, do we train ourselves to live in like some kind of, because it's like, I don't know, things that take discipline are uncomfortable a lot of times. It's stuff you don't want to do. It hurts, maybe. Exercise, even like learning new, learning really impressive like music stuff is like uncomfortable and it hurts. And maybe everything's like that. Like how do you learn some kind of new poetry thing that other people can't do? How do you learn? How do you gain an extra step as like a stand-up comedian? How do you get, you know, some kind of muscle that other people don't have? Like, is it by doing more open mics? Is it by how do you write? How do you strengthen your poetry muscle? How do you write shit that makes everybody go, "Oh my god!" Like power, impact. With is it about getting the Stu Hart to teach you? Is it about getting in the fucking gym or whatever and getting bigger muscles? Like to be a better wrestler. Like a lot of these things are physically uncomfortable, at least in that world. Like I guess I don't know. Maybe being an artist is not like that. Like it doesn't necessarily hurt to be a better painter or something. I don't know. I don't think it necessarily works that way. It's not like if you punish yourself. I think that's there's a lot of gospel or like dogma about that. Like you got to do 10,000 hours, 10,000 fucking hours. It's like I've done this open mic for 3 years. It's 4 hours a week. We've done 100. That's 600 hours. That's not even close to 10,000 hours. Like even if you did, let's say I did 4 of them a week, that'd be 2,400 hours. That's like not even close to 10,000 hours. Like I do think that's kind of just bullshit. Like the Beatles were not the Beatles because they played for 10,000 hours. Like any jack off can play for 10,000 hours. It's not going to make you the fucking Beatles. Like, I'm sorry. I think that's what we have to believe in order to like motivate people to just like do shit. And it's good for people to do shit. Like, it's good to just do it. It's not like it stops when you're done at 10,000 hours. It's like the 10,000 hours in a certain way doesn't even matter because it's like it's just a part of a process that is ongoing. Whatever it is you're doing, you will always do. You will always write. You'll always be an actor. Whatever it is, make movies, whatever the hell it is you're trying to learn to do in 10,000 hours. And just some people, I don't know, are able to make stuff that feels like complete or something. Like that's what I've noticed is like certain artists can make things that just like, okay, that sounds right, or that looks right, or like this person's voice sounds good on a track. So it's like, yeah, of course they're gonna be a good people will pay to hear them do music because their voice like sounds good on a fucking track. They know how to do that. Video. It's like if you look good on video, people will fucking that's like, oh, that looks right. That's right. But there's other people doing it, and they might not have that same kind of like finish. That doesn't mean it's worse or less interesting or anything. Um, like as an actor or whatever, this is something I've learned from editing videos. You're just looking for footage you can use. You're looking for stuff on screen. And so as an actor or somebody in the fucking thing, it's like you're trying to just give them something that looks great that are going to go, yes, that's it. We can use that. Thank you. That's what we're paying you to do. Give us something. Bam. That does exactly what we need for our story or whatever the hell it is. It's funny. It adds a little something, something. Boom. That's what we want. It looks right. You look right on screen. You sound right. Uh, but at the same time, like within that, like discipline, I think is like discomfort. And so, maybe just as people, it's just like a condition of our bodies that like you kind of got to get used to pain. Like there's always pain. There's always weird physical ailments arising for no fucking discernible reason. There's always new, you know, dilemmas or aches and pains, or you slip, or you get a cut, or you got to wake up early. It's all just a big pain in the ass. And so, Stu Hart is just helping us realize, it's just in a certain way, it's a metaphor. Raging Bull and this stuff is it's just like the pain. It's just something that like, but is it like does the pain help? I don't know. There's like a Catholic idea that's like the pain is like the that guy in Da Vinci Code who straps that thing to his leg. It's like digging into his fucking leg. There's like this weird sense that like the pain needs to be constant and there as like I don't even know, something that like gives you some kind of transcendent, because at a certain point it's like what's the difference? Like pain and pleasure are like kind of the same in a way. It's all just feeling. Uh Bill and Ted are on Broadway doing Waiting for Godot. Have people seen that? It's hard. It's cool to think that Keanu Reeves is amongst us right now in New York on Broadway, just doing Samuel Beckett fucking plays with Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted are doing Waiting for Godot. That's kind of a funny idea, just in and of itself. I mean, I don't know. I you should avoid pain. Uh, it's dumb to think that it's like some kind of ever present need or something to just like. I don't even know what the logic behind that is. Why do Catholics do this? Why does Jake LaMotta, I mean, he's a boxer, right? So it's like it's part of his, but I mean, that's sort of a factor of all like working class jobs is like the idea is like there's certain jobs that like are abusive to your body. They're jobs that's part of what you're getting paid for. That's part of why you're being exploited. If you're in a service class, rich people are probably paying to get out of that. They don't want to lift anything. They don't want to stand on their feet. Like being a waiter, it's like a huge faux pas. You can't sit down. You have to be on your feet the whole fucking time. That's like a big part of the fucking job. And the sadistic rich people or bribing you, basically, they want that. They want your physical pain. Part of the fun for them. Or I don't know, maybe not, but is Stu Hart just a sadist? Is he just doing this to hurt people because he enjoys it? Or is he trying to help them get stronger as men? It's like this Rogan quote: soft men make for hard. We all know this. Soft men make for hard times. Hard men make for soft times, or something. I don't know. So it's like I don't know. There's something to me like learning. Maybe it's just that generation. Like when I would learn things from my dad, it was just like it was such an intense thing, and it's like he would push you past like what you thought you were capable of, and person to person, that kind of hand down of technique and pushing people past like what they think their limits are. I mean, that's what people pay personal trainers to do. You think, oh, I can't do anymore, and somebody yells at you and calls you a fucking fat or something. I don't know. And you start it motivates you. All these, well, I don't know. But this is part of what like Hegseth in this whole military thing, right? It's like there's not gonna be any soft military shit anymore. Like we're gonna go back to the way it was, where like the drill masters like are like Arlie Airmay, like beat the shit out of you and like yell at you and call you fucking homophobic names. That's when men were men. It's all the same kind of bullshit attitude. But we're in a masculinity crisis. So, Stu Hart could take somebody like Chris Benoit, a 5'8" skinny Canadian mullet, red hair, fucking trash stash piece of shit going nowhere, and turn him in to the Canadian Wolverine who killed his wife and killed his whole family because he had brain damage from pushing himself way harder than he should have and doing steroids, basically. Like his hero, the Dynamite Kid, who also died at like the age 40. So who's really right here? I don't know. What the fuck do we do? The point is there needs to be more Stu Hart dungeons. There needs to be a poetry Stu Hart dungeon. There needs to be a comedy Stu Hart dungeon. There needs to be a music, There need to be Stu Hart dungeons everywhere of people just transferring knowledge hand on hand in person, overlapping, fusion, like cuisine. You get the fucking, people from all over the world in these basements, in these third spaces and these venues, these jam sessions, these fucking improv jams. And we learn from each other in the moment, by sharing and twisting each other into pretzels until we go unconscious or we're screaming mercy. I don't know. I mean, personally, I've gotten rid of basically all. I used to have like a really like I would do push-ups, I do tai chi, I take cold showers, I do meditate. I had like a discipline routine. But it's like it's easy to maintain that shit when you don't have a job and you don't you know, you don't have anything else to do. Like now it's like I'm focused on, being an artist and shit and live streaming, obviously. And so I indulge, food also. I used to have a lot of discipline about food. I didn't drink alcohol, I didn't drink caffeine, no gluten, no dairy, you know, no sandwiches. Now all I fucking eat are sandwiches and pastries, and that's why I've gone to shit. That's why I'm aging rapidly. My teeth are all fucked up. My hair's turning gray. I'm wrinkled. I've got ocular something. I've got calcified lymph nodes in my lungs. God damn it. So there are consequences for letting yourself go, people. The food in this country will kill you, okay? The cheese danishes at Westside Market will assassinate you slowly, one Danish at a time. And we're fighting against this. They want to kill us with the food. I don't know. I guess if you have a good doctor, you can survive. You can endure all of the fucking I mean, they all are going to Cisco Systems, okay? Every one of these restaurants. Here's what I've learned. Going to all of the fancy restaurants in New York, they're all the fucking same. They all have a burger, they all have a bolognese, they all have a steak frite. It's all the same shit. They have an herb chicken, they have what martinis, whatever the fuck. It's all the same. Whatever restaurant you go to, it's the same fucking menu because this is what people want. They're like kids. They want dinosaur chicken nuggets and ketchup. They want a cheeseburger and french fries, okay? They don't want, some obscure. I'll have the squab. I always want the kind of interesting thing, okay? I'm just such an interesting guy, I guess. Jeez. Let me get my fucking hash pipe out here, people. We got 3 viewers. We gotta keep this party going. Yeah. Are you guys fucking having a blast out there? Woo! It's fucking party on the live stream, bitch. It's a fucking northeaster party. It's a nor'easter party, everybody. I feel like I'm in a fucking Billy Joel song. I mean, this is the year. This is like hurricane season. Hurricane Sandy was like sort of wasn't it the end of September or October or something? So this is the time of year New York gets fucking cold and wet, unfortunately. We had some nice climate change summers, but it seems like the winters are the winter is coming. Like they warned us, remember? All those Game of Thrones fucking ads. Ned Stark and shit. Remember they said winter is coming. And then all the QAnon people said the storm is coming. So here we are. We're in the middle of it. I mean, is Trump going to just make peace everywhere? Is he like Stu Hart? Is he using violence to prevent more violence? I'm only using this violence on you, like my dad said, and it's for your own good. We only hit you because we love you. We have to get these kids to behave somehow. So we have to go in and pimp slap Bibi Netanyahu. Let's not even get into that. We're talking about wrestling. This is on my go back, watch my previous live streams. I've been doing a lot of live streaming the last couple of days, and I think I've covered a lot of good topics in my quest to procrastinate my dinner with Andre script. Let me know if you want to be in the my dinner with Andre play. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck it's going to be about, but I can't have it be about wrestling. I've already said that. Andy Kaufman beat me to that one. So, like everybody, he beat everybody to everything. But now what? Now what do we do? How do we break through? Okay. What is the product going to be? All right. It feels like kind of a relief to not have to worry about what people in fucking poetry world think anymore. It's just like, I don't know. I've spent so long just like, I don't know, constrained and doubting and sort of insecure because it's just like it just feels like you just can't say anything right, or even if you do everything right, it just doesn't matter. And so it's freeing, it's liberating to be able to do whatever the fuck you want. Now it does feel like, I don't know, uh, a lot more can happen. We can do whatever we want on stage. We're not beholden to like trying to behave in some kind of prescribed, like poetry approved sense of reading. We can be nuts. We can go crazy. We can yell and roll around in the floor, and who gives a fuck? Because we're starting our own promotion. And I don't know. It's just about putting your own goddamn beliefs into practice. That's what is fun about these little shows and things, is or even something like this. It's just like you have fucking ideas, use them, do something with them. Just like put them into motion. Uh, go out and meet some people, do a show, book a show, print a fucking zine, start a fucking live stream. Oh yeah, I forgot to. I didn't talk about. So I went to this. I was walking down the Upper East Side yesterday, Second Avenue, and I came upon this sex shop they were opening. It was called Afterglow, and it was packed. There was a DJ. There was wine. There was a whole like cheese and like there was all these lunch meats. There was all this deli meat. What do they call that? There was lunch meat. I don't know. There was a whole spread, and meanwhile, there's dildos. There's all every kind of dildo. But there were all like vibrators. I guess they're not really. I guess there were dildos and there were vibrators. Can I say that on YouTube? There were dildos. There were vibrators. There was lingerie. That's not why I went in. I mean, there's not a whole lot going on the Upper East Side on a Saturday night at 7 p.m. Believe it or not. I mean, there's a lot of restaurants, people eating in restaurants, but like, it's not like fucking, there's a DJ really. And so I'm like, oh, let me check this out. I took half of a shroom gummy. I'm feeling enlightened. Well, it's also like, this is very uncomfortable for me to go into this thing because I'm like, is this invite only? I'm just a guy off the street. Can I walk into this? They're going to think I'm a creep. I'm just looking at these dildos. I'm eating their charcuterie. Uh, who's this fucking creepy sex offender, perv, who invited this white, horny, lecherous, disgusting pervert? That's not who I am. But like that's what you think people are thinking you are. I just went in because it's like I am a journalist. Okay. I'm a citizen journalist and I'm a storyteller. And so part of what I do is I go places, I get into little things and then I talk about it. That's what I like to do, okay? That's my métier, frankly. That's my favorite. That's why I do this. because it's like I go out, I have little adventures. What the fuck else am I going to do with them? I'm going to talk about them. I try to, with this, I'm really trying to impart like a human storytelling warmth to the internet based on what I experienced growing up. The warmest, like person to person transmissions of like, content, if you want to call it that, were all like my dad telling me stories, seeing my dad, my uncle Pat, being around my grandpa telling stories, whatever. So it's like I like that kind of firsthand recounting of shit. I think that's the best form of entertainment, actually, and poetry and literature, whatever you want to call it, is just like storytelling because you act out the parts. It's funny. There's voices. There's eloquent turns of phrase. There's pantomiming. It's everything. And so like this, I feel like is a good medium for that, and it's something that's very like impersonal and dehumanizing to try to do something that's like oral direct, rather than like, I don't know, fucking make some, like, oh, I'm on the Daily Show and I'm going to this sex shop and I got a camera crew and a microphone. I'm going to interview these people and shit. It's like I went there, nothing really happened. I walked in, I looked around. There's all these different, they're vibrators, but they have like this thing. They all have like a dick thing, and a lot of them are like, they look like sculpture. They look like Brancusi or something. They're all kind of, so this was like a sex positive space. It wasn't that freaky. It was a bunch of white people. It was a bunch of boring Upper East Side white people. I mean, what is this? These people are using these dildos and shit? Like, I doubt it. This looks like fucking, everywhere else in New York, which is just a bunch of kind of normie finance business school fucking white people is what it looks like. And they're surrounded by dildos and charcuterie, and all they had was rosé. I didn't drink anything, but they had dildos which like sort of looked like dicks that had like, they probably were like form molded and shit. And then they had the vibrators which looked like Brancusi, like rabbit cartoons. They look like the Noid. A lot of these vibrators, do you remember the Noid? The Noid was Domino's Pizza's Matt, and I loved the Noid. There was a great video game. The Noid had a video game, believe it or not. In the golden era of corporate, the 7 Up thing had a fucking video game. Was there a Joe Camel video game? I don't know. But the Noid had a video game, and the fucking 7 Up little sunglass, whatever the fuck that thing was. It was like a domino, or what was it? It was like a poker chip. It was a pretty good game. But the Noid was the shit. I love the fucking Noid. I still and these dildos look like the Noid. One of them had like a mouth. It had a dick thing, and then around there's like a little, like, it looked like it could talk or something. It literally had a little mouth. I guess that's supposed to go on the can I say clit on the internet? You all know what it is. My people know what it is. My fans know where the clit is, okay? I don't see what the problem is. There's all these jokes and all these things in movies where it's like, he can't find the clit. It's like, it's right there. It's not hard to find. It's just, it's like Braille, okay? The clit is just Braille. You feel around and there it is. It's a button. It's your friend, okay? Just press the button. It's your friend. That's why they put this little mouth on the dildo, because they want, this is my sex positive. This is like Loveline or something, okay? Do not ban me, don't report me, okay? Just because I'm giving away my secrets. Well, not my secrets. They're just secrets, okay? They're secrets, everybody, of the whatever. And they're freely available secrets. They're out there, for people to find out. So anyway, I was curious. I'm looking at the dildos. I'm not making eye contact with anybody. I don't know anybody. I'm just there. I'm an intruder. So I hope that nobody's like, what the fuck are you doing in here? Get the fuck out of here. Who's this guy? Who's this? Who's this fucking sex offender? I'm just trying. So I was just curious. I was just curious. Oh, it's a new store. I thought I'd peek in, just see. Hey, okay, you're in the neighborhood. There's now I can buy my dildos here. And they had books. They had some books. I looked at some of the books. Uh, it was okay. I don't know. It wasn't nothing too crazy. They had some handcuffs. They had like these black leather handcuffs with like some fur. They had some pink leather with some fur. So I was looking at the handcuffs and shit. They had some little whippy tassel things so you could like I'm assuming you like smack somebody's ass with that or something. That's not really my thing. I don't need tools really. I good for those people. It's frustrating like being in a room and like all these women like and this place is for dildos. Like good, good, good. Have that, use that. That's fine. But Jesus Christ, like this is part of the masculinity crisis, fellows. These women are like it's Friday, Saturday night. They're in this. It's not. There was guys. It wasn't all women. It was like fairly even, I would say. But they all look straight for the most part. And I'm like, what is this? What do you need these appliances? What is this? You're buying this stuff? Like, or is this just like a branding? It felt like a gallery opening, kind of. It was the same kind of space. It was the same kind of like, I don't know. So in any case, Afterglow, it's cool. I left, I was there for probably 5 minutes and then I felt okay. To me, it was just like it was out of my comfort zone. I was like, I really get nervous about going like to open mics, especially. There's a lot of open mics well, open mics specifically, but like a lot of them I just can't even go to because I'm just too nervous. I'll be out front of the place. Like the other day, I was my friend invited me to karaoke at the comedy shop, and I was like walking around the corner for like 5 minutes. Like I can't go into this place. Like who's gonna be there? Who am I gonna run into? What is this gonna be? What is this? Are they gonna charge me money? Am I gonna get slapped with some kind of minimum or something? Like there's a million fucking reasons why I have like anxiety and I'm like, I can't go to this or it's just too risky. And so this sex shop was kind of the same thing. It was like, I can't go into this, but it was the only thing going on. It like anywhere. So I'm like, this is gonna be the most exciting thing that happens to me probably tonight. But it was okay. It wasn't really anything. It wasn't, it was cool. It wasn't like some big fucking lit ass party or something. It was just kind of like a people standing around talking, trying to look cool. Like most everything in New York, everybody's just trying to look as cool and like indifferent as possible everywhere you go. And everybody's hot and everybody's tall and they're all fucking look in cool clothes and shit. So you're like, okay, I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here now. I'm gonna go into my liminal kind of weirdo life out in the streets where I just kind of circulate around, having social anxiety, not wanting to pay for anything, not drinking, not consuming, not really being a part of anything, being an open mic weirdo. That's sort of like the circuit outside of, the institutions. That's a place you can like exist and sort of make your own program and you're not just like a loner fucking wandering around with no place to sort of like port or anything. But I don't know. I'm tracking the psychogeography and like I'm fascinated by these neighborhoods. I do like it's kind of an opportunity to be up here, and so I'm just like exploring, seeing what the fucking vibe is. Like I said, there are young people, and I'm just like, is any of because it's a funky like the Upper East Side. A lot of these bars up here, Dive 104. There's some cool. college type bars, probably because it hasn't been super gentrified. It's not like Williamsburg or some shit where there's like Euro trash, fucking like boutique hotels everywhere and fucking the William Vale and like, dude, there was this place I went to in Greenpoint that was literally like a multi-story club. They on the top floor they had like this glassed in like balcony. And it's like loud, like it was like Laban. It's like this is Manhattan Avenue in fucking Greenpoint. I don't think the Upper East Side quite has that energy. But as a promoter, as somebody in a nightlife business, this is like research for me to go to see what people are doing. If there's an opportunity, if there's a venue, I'm sort of scoping out these venues. I'm trying to find other places I can fucking. I'd love to do an open mic at 1020 bar. I think 1020 bar is fucking sick as hell. And like, I think with Columbia, like downtown, a lot of the people that come to fucking the open mic there are like students. It's like Columbia's got a lot of students. They probably want to perform or try fucking, there's a lot of writers, there's a lot of fucking goddamn Vampire Weekends from Columbia. Ay, ay, ay. Why not give future Vampire Weekend an opportunity, to sort of cut their teeth a little bit, put a little change in my pocket. They run an open mic on Wednesdays at there's this gay bar right here called Sweet. I'm like, I could probably do an open mic there, maybe. Because like almost nobody goes to this one on Wednesday. But this is inside baseball shit for all my open mic hosts. I know a lot of my audience also host their own open mics and also other shows. A lot of people are booking shows with, curated. My least favorite word, curated. Type shit. All right. Well, I probably will get off pretty soon, maybe at 3 hours. I think I've said, I don't know. Do I have anything else to fucking talk about? I'm sure something will come up here in a minute. But I do have to write this fucking play. So I will probably get off at 3 hours. I'm OCD in that way. I like to try to do even numbers, round it off to 3 hours. So let me see if I can do 8 more minutes and just really milk that watch time. I'm trying to pump my watch time. My watch time is kind of down, so not really sure what the fucking next move is. If this, I don't know where I keep seeing these TikTok videos about how I'm about to have some giant success. Which I guess is like watching televangelists or something. It's just like believing just lies. You're just thinking, yes, I'll send this person money because, then I'll go to heaven or whatever. Yeah, I believe that what they're saying is sincere. They just want you to watch. They just know what you want to see, what you want to believe about yourself. Well, a lot of it's astrology. I do follow that shit, and I don't know. It seems to me like most astrology kind of adds up to like, yeah, there's going to be some bad shit. Get ready. We're going to have to shed things that no longer serve us to make room for, new energy to come in. That's everything in astrology. It's like, oh yeah, there's this transit, and if it's in your 7th house, there's a fucking quincunx with Jupiter, and Mercury is squaring Venus, and fucking Neptune is going retrograde in your 6th house, and so that means like shit is gonna be fucking shitty basically for the rest of your life. You need to just get used to like losing everything, and like your health's going to deteriorate. You're going to get uglier. You're probably never going to be successful in anything. Like your astrology, I'm sorry, but like the astrology just kind of, that's just what it says. Like you're these planets, Pluto, Pluto's, it's like retrograde. So like, yeah, your girlfriend's going to dump you. You're gonna have to move a bunch of fucking times. Your rent's gonna go up. Oh yeah, fucking Saturn is squaring planet Earth. So you notice Earth is never part of the astrology. Anybody ever notice that? You ever notice this? You ever notice this? It's like, oh yeah, fucking Jupiter and Pluto, but it's like, oh, what about us? Is Earth ever fucking squaring Mars? I think that could be I don't know. I mean, when is the good shit supposed to happen? When does that indicated in the fucking chart? Or is it just like, alternating cycles of like distress and grief and loss and pain and pressure and tests? Oh, it's all part of the fucking like, we have to level up. It's like if once you get through the Lionsgate portal, it's like, oh my God. Then it's like then you're ready to receive. It's like I've been fucking ready. Okay. I've been fucking ready. I don't need a bunch of fucking TikTok videos like fucking cock teasing me. Sorry to put it that way. Sorry to make everything, sorry to sexualize it. Sorry. But, you know, it's the algorithm playing tricks on us, I guess. I don't know. You want to believe the astrology, it's right around the corner, that big break, that big life just changing stroke of fate is gonna just, and I don't know. I don't, or not. I don't know. Maybe not even that. Not even that, but like just anything that has like any kind of long term, you know, staying power would be interesting for a fucking change. It would be nice for some of the fucking work to pay off. Thanks to the 2 people watching my fucking live stream. Pathetic. Pathetic. But we're going to continue to live stream into the night. We don't care. We're committed to entertaining these 2 people, okay? This is how people keep each other alive, okay? If even one person, if we even get through to one person, okay, it will have all been worth it, okay? Isn't that the cliche? If we can even change the life of one person, all of this will have been worth it, okay? I'm not saying this to brag, but I do feel like I have, and this is not even, I'm not even talking about the open mic. I'm talking about just most of what I've done for over the last 10 years has been like promoting events where I have other people perform and encouraging them, whatever effect that has on people. Like that's the majority of what like I've done when it comes to like my own creative process. Even though I write stuff and I film stuff and I make music, other people are involved in that shit that just you you have to like, but also like I don't know, like New York is full of creative people. I want to pull people into the effort and into the, if people can learn from each other, to me it's like that's how collaborations happen. That's how projects get bigger. That's how people get inspired to start their own shit, to start their own magazine, start their own event, write more. I know every time I do an open mic and I do like I feel pretty good, I have a lot more gas in the tank the next day when I go to write because I think, oh yeah, people are going to want to hear this, or I got a good reaction or whatever. So let me fucking use that little nitro boost. So it's about changing people's lives every fucking day, okay? The magic has only begun, people. We haven't even fucking started. We've been operating at like 1%, okay, of our fucking power. I've been using an iPhone SE for 3.5 years. I've got an iPhone 13 now, okay, people. That's because my Pluto is uh, stationing in Mars with the equinox. I'm not making fun of it. I should do more tarot. I need a tarot reading. Anybody out there, if you can help me with that. I do get TikTok tarot readings. But when 10,000 people like a video about how they're going to get rich and famous or something, it's like it kind of feels like maybe it's not just for you. They always say like, "Oh, if this message finds you, you were meant to receive it. It was meant for you." It's like, well, what about the other 100,000 people who like this fucking video and who are claiming this energy? Are they all going to be fucking like superstars? Right? I mean, there's only so many superstars that there can be. I feel like probably. All right, we're past 3 hours. I'm going to keep going. Fuck it. I don't care. Maybe I'll write the play during the live stream. This is all. This is all just icing on the cake here. I already did my 3 hours. Anything that happens from here is just gravy. Okay, because we've already covered I covered the dungeon. I covered cornet. I said everything I was calculating to bring it full circle. See, now we're in the uncalculated zone. We're flying by the seat of our pants. That sounds fun, doesn't it? Don't you want to fly by the seat of your pants? That sounds way better than flying United. I'd way rather fly by the seat of my pants than fly like Spirit. That practically is flying by the seat of your pants. See, this is riffing, people. This is riffing. I don't know what I am anymore. I think I want to do more movies now. If anybody's got any movie projects, I am available. I'm stoked on doing movies now. I want to do poetry movies, obviously, but I think we just need a more permanent record of what we're doing. And I think the movies, that's the best way to do it. Like a movie is a little bit more, it's just more fortified. It's more kind of like it's like an official statement. Well, a few weeks ago, I was reading Ashley's got the Jonas Mekas journals, the New York journals. And he's always been, at least since I moved to New York and found out who he was, Jonas Mekas has kind of been a role model, making these kind of personal diary movies, being a poet, but also being like a passionate advocate of like movies, right? Like Jonas Mekas' life was as much about filmmaking in a weird way. And New York is this great movie town. I feel it's weird to me that I'm just now sort of like waking up to that, because like there's things about movies like as a medium, like it really is not my favorite. I don't really actually love like watching things. I do think it's like a little too, it's just a little too, it's too much information. Like I do prefer reading stuff. That's why I've spent the last 15 years of my life being a writer predominantly, because like that is really like, I think it's a healthier way to tell stories and to receive information. But movies are incredible, and like there's a lot of things about them that like are magical, and they're like I was talking about with wrestling. Movies are like visual and they're fluid in a way that like is kind of beautiful. The ribbon of dreams and the just kind of ongoing uh transformation of it. And so, but it's also a business. I mean, I have been a fucking videographer for 15 years. That has been my job. So like in a certain way, like I have gotten paid to like be involved with filmmaking, and doing vlogs and shit. That felt like the way I wanted to make films, was to do firsthand, just film my life. But I'm just now waking up like to this whole world of like, well, the New York Film Festival, right, is like this month. And so I've been walking around Lincoln Center and all that shit. And it's like that's literally where that's happening. And it's like there's always trailers everywhere. There's all these repertory, there's the Roxy, there's fucking Nighthawk, there's there's all these fucking theaters. And there's movie business here, right? Like they're building fucking studios. So I don't know if you can get involved with that. It's kind of like the move that you make. I feel like in the New York art world, certain people like Vincent Gallo, right? He started out as a fucking painter, among other things. I think he did music, maybe a little too. But at a certain point, he sort of pivoted and he stopped painting and started making fucking Buffalo 66 and shit. And he's an actor too. He's in tons of movies just because he's kind of cool fucking New York like character and personality. He sort of became famous just for being on the streets and like hustling his way into the fucking art world. He's just this guy from Buffalo or whatever. Like he didn't go to fucking Pratt or RISD as far as I know. People like John Lurie or Basquiat's like that. This dude who was just sleeping in a fucking park and like started, you know, selling his art postcards, met Andy Warhol one day and just kind of hustled his way to the art world. But in any case, Julian Schnabel did that too, right? Where he switched to movies. He sort of made a shitload of money as a painter and sort of made his reputation as a painter. But then for whatever reason in the 90s, he just decided, well, I'm going to make fucking movies now. It's kind of a cool move. I don't know. I don't know, man. I hope the movie business comes back. It's kind of crazy that it went from just being like, the Netflix streaming era was like, there was so much goddamn money, it felt like. Not that I was in that business, but just like you could feel it. It's just like Netflix is putting $400 million into this fucking movie and giving this person $20 million, and they're just buying all of this content. So if you could pitch, if you could get into those fucking rooms, not that I was, I was focused on, avant-garde fucking performance art poetry world, you know, which is like the dungeon. It's like a place where you can make, like I saw this thing in this thread about what companies aren't really in the business. There's this thing about Marvel Comics, about how Marvel Comics isn't they don't sell monthly pamphlets. They're in the business of uh making ideas for movies, basically. Uh which I think I'm trying to find the exact quote here so I can read it. Fuck, I don't think I'm gonna find it. Well, anyway, that was basically, here it is. The main business of Marvel and DC Comics is not printing monthly pamphlets. They exist to generate ideas for movies, TV, and merchandising. I've seen before that at one time DC Comics was in the R&D arm of Time Warner. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about poetry. Poetry is like the R&D and the open mics to some degree. It's like the R&D place, or the zines. The zines are like, at a certain point I did sort of realize like my zines are sort of like comic books. There's sort of like New York is the city of comic books. It's the city of pamphlets. It's the city of newspapers. And Marvel Comics started out as these sort of like newsstand pamphlets. Basically, it's basically a fucking chapbook. A Spider-Man comic is basically a fucking zine or a chapbook, but it's also like a fucking storyboard for a movie. And it's a way to sort of test out that idea, to breed familiarity. Like there's this thing in but also it's like a prototype for the fucking movie. So poetry is like this lab for ideas that you can use, and just like learning how to make art, how to create things. There was this part of, I think, that book Blink, that Malcolm Gladwell book Blink, where he talks about, or no, it's The Tipping Point. The Tipping Point, right? His book The Tipping Point is all about, at a certain point in public awareness, there's a tipping point where, like, if you reach a certain mass, it tips over and you become like a household name, or like that's when your business starts to become successful. And so he used it as an example. I forget what kind of shoe it was, but there was some fucking shoe. I don't know if the company wanted to get rid of it or whatever, but like they a bunch of people in downtown New York started wearing this shoe, and it became sort of like an emblem of like cool, fashionable people were wearing this fucking shoe. And they said at a certain point, when a certain number of people started wearing this shoe, it went like mainstream. It started popping up in media. It started popping up like in the bigger culture, magazines, Vogue. I don't know, Vogue. It's been a long time since I read this fucking book. I didn't read the whole thing. This is one of the few parts I remember, because Malcolm Gladwell, I think he's like a pop philosopher. He creates these kind of big concepts that are almost like TED Talks or something, and like they're easy to remember. They have these fucking, like slogan names or whatever, but like, are they really true? I don't know. The 10,000 hours thing, is that it's a good idea, but it's the best you can do, but is it true? I don't know. And so the tipping point, I guess part of the idea being that, like, like with the open mic, it's like, okay, I only do one show a week. I'd like to do more, but there's something to be said for like focusing, maintaining, keeping that thing working, keeping that thing, it's like that, that Sammy's Romanian place. I like those kind of places in New York where it's just like, this is what it is. It's, the Knish Bakery, Jan Kimmel or whatever. It's like they're only open Saturday or something. It's like there's certain places like that where it's just like, that's just what it is. And, but okay, we do it every week. And there is, a lot of people that come through there. So the point being, like, if we just keep doing it, if we keep showing up, it's like a tipping point type thing, where it's like at a certain point you get known, enough people see it, enough people know about it, they've heard about it. And by doing it over time, by staying with it, by staying consistent, by delivering a consistent product, by being reliable. If taking on more, it might not be easy to do that same show every week. It might be a little, whereas like that rhythm of that hurdle every Monday, it's going to be this. It's like, it's easy, you can maintain something like that. It doesn't burn out. You don't overdo it. A lot of times when something works, you want to just like, you really want to go into it, and it's like you can get burnt out. You have to be thinking about the long term here. And so building something over time, building a visibility, building like a known quantity. We're very lucky to be in that place at that time, in that neighborhood, so it's like we can have that kind of visibility where it's like we might be able to attain some kind of critical mass. We were on that Adam Friedland show, right? So all that stuff helps create, because ultimately, like, you're creating, I don't know, memory in people or how they relate to it, what their experience is of it. And, it can't all be good, but I don't know. For me, it's just fun to do. So if that the point of that being, I guess, hopefully that will lead to more opportunities, to expand upon the ideas on the ability to, we're, like I said, we're only beginning. We're only beginning to figure out how to reach our full potential on stage, really be ourselves. I love doing poetry, but like I said, there's an aspect to it that, like, sort of holds you back because that world is just so um particular about what it is, and it's sort of an insular world, and it's like everybody who like participate, everybody who goes to the poetry open mic is probably a poet. Problem, like the audience of poetry is other poets for the most part. That's not a bad thing. That's one of the things I like about it. But there's also like a competitiveness there, or like there's like a lack of generosity, or like people are very I don't know, strict about their I don't know, their opinions, and whether whether or not they give you their approval. Like they have a high estimation of that. They put a lot of value, and they put a lot of, like, their own concern into, like, whether or not they approve, or whether or not you're a part of their little gang or whatever. You got to earn your way in to, like, and that's fine. But uh part of what is nice about the open mic is, like, I'd say we have about half performers and half just people that are there. People coming through, people who are in town, tourists, people who are in the bar think, oh, there's an open mic, we'll check it out. And so you have, fresh eyes, fresh audience. You have like a transfusion of new attention, which keeps it from getting too stagnant, keeps it from getting too kind of inbred, or the same thing over and over again. We're lucky with the talent too. I mean, that's the advantage of doing it in New York. And that's what makes it different. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having an open mic that's like the same 20 people every time. That's most of them everywhere. And I love that stuff. But it's a unique opportunity to get new people in all the time. Okay, so I probably am going to get off in 10 minutes, just so people know. Thank you for watching, everybody. Uh, what's the next move? I don't know, man. Come to my dinner with Andre night. I got to figure out what I'm going to fucking write for this fucking play. Maybe I'll write about going to a sex shop. What else happened? Anything else happened last night? I mean, I got to go get more food. This nor'easter was kind of a dud. Don't you think, everybody? I was expecting, I mean, I haven't been outside, but I was expecting, like, downpours and shit. Are we such snowflakes that even like a little bit of rain is like, oh my god, it's like a weather emergency? I need like a bunch of different fucking alerts about it and shit. We're on a wind advisory, people, until Tuesday at 6 a.m. Be careful of the wind out there. That wind might fuck you up. So yeah, I'm ready for the planets to come in and just fix my life for me. I can't do it myself. It's obviously the planet's fault. It's obviously fucking Jupiter's fault that my fucking life is in shambles. I blame the fucking planets. I blame Jupiter and Pluto specifically. Somebody read my birth chart. Tell me exactly what the fuck is going on. Because I do think there's some truth to like wherever you're born, like you can be born like at a lucky, whatever the hell that is, place and time. And that does kind of help your destiny. Like there are some people that just like, oh yeah, Diane Keaton died. We should talk about that. Maybe this would be the last thing. It's hard to believe. I didn't even know Diane Keaton was like, a lot of these people are living to be 90 and shit. It's like she was still kind of young. She's so, she looked good. She's cool. I mean, Diane Keaton was just one of those people that like, I hate to use the word Riz, but just like her fashion sense, she was a muse. She had a kind of a quirky. She's like a manic pixie. She's like an kind of pixie. She's in The Godfather, for Christ's sake. That's kind of insane. She dated Pacino and Woody Allen. What could be more 1970s than that? Talk about short kings. She's okay with it, apparently. She doesn't need some 6'5" beast. She's okay with the 5'2" neurotic child molester. Pardon my French. Pardon my French. We're kidding. We're just roasting, okay? We're roasting here. It's no big deal. Snowflakes. Fuck off, snowflakes. I was listening to this Dave Attell live in 2009 in Washington, D.C., and he literally uses the F slur like multiple times. It's sort of this like way to, it's how he goes after his hecklers. Or when people don't laugh, he's like, "Oh, you fucking." It's like, wow, that wasn't even that long ago. The guy's throwing around the F slur like it's. I mean, when you're calling somebody like a fag, pardon my French. I'm sorry to use that hate speech, but like, it's not necessarily like because they remind you of like a gay person. It's more like a slur that just like it's not like they're gay. It's not like they're because they seem gay. It's like it's more just like they suck or something. I don't know. That felt I don't know. Is that insane? Not that I really say that word. I don't need to say that word. I did. I mean, I did just say it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. But I do have two people watching, so it was insensitive of me to throw that around. Yeah, but Diane Keaton. Anyway, I ruined the Diane Keaton obituary because I said the F slur. I mean, she's in she's in Manhattan. She's in love with Yale. She's in shitloads of rom coms. I was watching these talk show appearances that popped up on my fucking TikTok feed. We just got to give our respect to Diane Keaton because she really was. I mean, Jesus Christ, she was such a. I mean, it's like Robert Redford. Honestly, it's another just like movie kind of icon. She was really in some of the biggest fucking movies ever made. And you got the impression that these directors were like, that's what they liked about her. She sort of had this, she could go toe to toe with Francis Ford Coppola or Woody Allen or I don't know what the fuck else is Diane Keaton in. She in a Chevy Chase movie. She's in the First Wives Club. Is she in? I like the First Wives Club. The New York Times obituary said Diane Keaton, star of uh, I think Annie Hall and First Wives Club. I'm like, what about The Godfather? She's in the fucking Godfather, and she's the wife. It's not like she has some small part. It's like she's Al Pacino's wife. She's in all of them. She's in The Godfather Part 3. For Christ's sake. I don't know if this is real or not, but I feel like I saw Diane Keaton and McNally Jackson once. Maybe somebody else said that and I thought that it was me that experienced it, but it feels real to me. I don't think I did. There's no way that I actually saw Diane Keaton, but it feels like you would see her in McNally Jackson. She feels like architectural or something, like her sense of her hats and her tailoring. She looks like modernist art. She looks like a Picasso, like what's that? Three Musicians, or some kind of Vanity Fair like imitation of that. So R.I.P. to a real one, Diane Keaton. Man, you can't even believe it. It's insanity. I mean, life's a fragile thing. Hair. One minute you're. What does he say? 1 minute you're. 1 minute next you're dead meat. Who is he talking about? He's talking about the parrot or the he's talking about the guy who dies at the diner. 1 minute you're eating on a cheeseburger or something. Dumb and Dumber fans out there. I talk about all the finest cultural Stu Hart's Dungeon, Dumb and Dumber, Scott Steiner, wrestling and comedy movies. The two main staples of the contemporary male's psychological intake, personality formatting, Jim Carrey movies and Will Ferrell movies and Vince McMahon wrestling. And Stu Hart, the catalyst of it all. Who wouldn't have had that Hart family dungeon? How do we maintain these types of spaces? Where is the new Hart family dungeon? Is it, he had 12 kids. So the only person who's going to have a Hart family dungeon now is Elon Musk, probably. I mean, nobody else can afford to have 12 kids. But, I mean, Stu Hart had his own fucking territory and was a successful wrestler, so maybe the person who's out there doing that now will have 12 kids. Maybe Tony Khan will have 12 kids. How many kids do Stephanie and Triple H have? Do they have kids? Do Stephanie and Triple H have kids? That is disgusting to think about. Let me see. Here we go. Yes, they have 3 daughters. Holy shit. Wow. I'll bet their kids are hideous. Are they still married? Are Stephanie and Triple H still married? I don't remember. I'm way out of way out of the loop on the wrestling shit. I don't know. I got to get some more food. I'm gonna starve to death in the nor'easter. I need a fucking Danish for Christ's sake. I'm on at least a 2 Danish a day regimen here. Okay, it's for my it's for my method acting. Being a fat middle-aged failure. It's the part I was born to play. Okay, well, now that I've revealed enough of my pathetic inner life on the internet, is there anything else we need to get to that we didn't? Come out to open mic tomorrow. It's My Dinner with Andre night, everybody. It's the greatest night of the year. It's the greatest night of your life. My flyer didn't get very many likes, but it may have gotten the least ever, that one. But that's par for the course. I'm anti likes. I don't want likes. I don't like them. I don't like likes, okay? Thumbs down to the likes. I want to dislike that. I dislike likes, okay? I think we should abolish likes. Because nobody really means it. It's all bullshit. I just want the most interesting accounts are the ones that just like maintain their weirdness. And they're kind of insistent. Staying outside of the algorithm is actually usually like the more interesting thing. But uh, there's no business model in that. As if it fucking matters. As if your fucking Instagram is ever gonna make you any money or like mean anything anyway. Other than just being sort of like a vanity, way to stay in touch with your friends. Scrapbook, online photo album. I mean, does anybody have a good relationship with Instagram? I don't. Who are these people who can watch stories? Who are the people who are watching stories every day? I can't look at other people's stories. Are you kidding me? It is dangerous in there. If I want to psychologically wound myself for the next 24 hours, maybe I'll look at stories, but I can barely even look at the feed without getting maimed by some kind of like thing it's trying to rub in my face or. So who's having fun on this app? I mean, you'd have to get so much validation for it to outweigh like the negatives, which to be fair, some of these people might be. If you're getting 10,000 views or something on a video or a million views, like that probably outweighs like the negative parts. For the little guy, not so much. All we get is just like, oh my God, everybody's doing better than us. Yes, everybody is hanging out without you, and they don't care. They don't miss you. They don't need you there. They're glad you're not there. They didn't invite you. Well, maybe not that. But okay. Anything else? It's almost midnight. Maybe I'll go to midnight. I've still got 2 people watching. I hope. I think. Is that a lie? That could be a lie. I might just be talking to nobody. I do need to get on and do like a reading soon, just to kind of. I have been posting more to YouTube stories. It's just like free views. Like you can just repurpose any kind of dumb little clip and like get 1,000 views. Like a lot of these clips because it's YouTube Shorts or whatever. So it's like if somebody films me at the open mic, chances are it's going to be a minute or less. They send me the clip. It's like, okay, I'll just upload that so somebody can get a little dose. I don't know that I've gotten that many subscribers out of it. Probably not. But it's it's just weird that we got 1,300 views on like some little blip of nothing. Not that I don't know who's clicking this. It just seems like they show it to more people. I'm obsessed with how these algorithms shovel us around rather than working harder on my content. I'd rather just theorize about. Well, this thing I saw on TikTok where it's like share your TikTok videos as stories. There's certain features of the app which they want you to use because they're almost like in a beta phase, or like Reels on Instagram. For a while, people could get views on Reels easily because they were trying to push it on people. You get a lot more views on a Reel than you would on a post because they wanted to compete with TikTok. So they were trying to move people over to Reels. And so YouTube has these goddamn shorts now, which is like their version of TikTok. They need to compete. All the apps do everything that all the other apps do, but that's like YouTube's version of TikTok, where it's like just short form, vertical, tap, tap, tap to the next thing. But not that many people use it yet. And so, like all this shit on the internet, it's like if you get in early, it feels like maybe you have more of a chance of, I don't know, at least that's the fucking lie that we all believe, the impression that they give us. When in reality, I don't know, you're just not hot enough. You'll never be hot enough to go viral. Forget it. You'll never be smart enough or funny enough or simple enough. Uh, you're just a fucking weirdo. I just feel like I'm a hipster, and like I feel like an artifact, obsolete, where you're just like I'm analog in a digital world. And quickly fading. That's part of what's cool, but it's also like uh, how do I make myself relevant in these new boxes? It's an ongoing thing, I guess, for everybody. Or I don't know. Do most people even use this stuff? When I talk about TikTok shit at the open mic or anywhere, I guess for that matter, people usually have no idea what the fuck I'm saying. Or there will be like one guy in the audience that's like, yeah, 6'7". Whatever the fuck that means. I mean, now there's all these just stupid viral phrases that just are meaningless. That they're viral because like little kids are saying them. So you're like, oh, if kids are saying it, that's crazy. That sounds. Should we say that? I don't know. They're saying 6'7". What the fuck is 6'7"? It's like an easy joke. Like I can just say 6'7", and somebody's going, oh yeah, 6'7". So what is it? It doesn't mean anything. Like it's just. What the fuck? It's midnight, everybody. Oh my god, now I have 3 people watching. Oh, this is just so hard. I just have to keep pushing through like a trucker. Where were these people? My first hour and a half, I didn't have anybody watching. Now I've got to figure out how to start all over again. Should I go back to the beginning? Let me talk about Stu Hart's dungeon again. Can you even hear what I'm saying? I'm trying to be quiet. That's how pathetic this is. Trying to be pathetic so the person in the next room doesn't hear me live streaming. How sad is that? Grown ass man. A grown ass man, everybody. Live streaming to 3 people in the night. Thank you for watching. God bless you. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'll take it. What do you want to talk about? Well, you have no voice, but what's the next lesson we want to impart? Or oh boy, Raging Bull. Should we talk about that again? Fuck, I haven't. Well, the most recent movie I watched was that Stu Hart documentary, Surviving the Dungeon. It's very lo-fi. That's kind of what was nice about it. I mean, once again, these are like the places. A lot of the most interesting work, I feel like, happens where there's no money. There's weird technical problems. Like this Stu Hart documentary, it's like the sound is terrible. You can't understand anything the guy's saying because he's fucking 90 years old. They don't have a mic on him. It's just literally just like the camera audio. It's like a video cam from like, so it's not high def or anything, but it's a lot of times that's where the funkiest, best shit is. It's where those stories need to be told. And a lot of times they're told in these real fucking weird self-published, low budget, no budget YouTube videos. So I don't know. I like the directness of that kind of stuff. I don't know. Let me check my fucking notes here for a sec. I know I'm not supposed to be calculating. I'm supposed to just be flying by my ideas, but Tiger Woods got another back surgery today. That's fucking insane. Should I read? Well, I'm saving my poems. So part of what I was saying with these YouTube stories, I started doing YouTube stories. I guess people probably have noticed. Maybe I've been getting, whatever. I can't imagine anybody I know watches YouTube Shorts. I just can't. Maybe some comedians or open micers, but like I said, people I don't even know don't even use TikTok. They have no fucking clue what I'm referencing ever. Some kind of viral trend that like people that don't have brain rot don't understand. Brain rot is like that's a badge of honor now. Like banana ball. Do most people know what banana ball is? Like, not that you need to. It's kind of stupid. I kind of think banana ball sucks. Actually, I kind of hate it. I like regular baseball. I don't really like banana ball. I'd rather watch regular baseball, personally. Maybe that's just me, but I don't need all the fucking backflips and shit. Please don't do that. Actually, I like wrestling. Wrestling is cool for what it is. It's fake. It's not. They don't pretend like it's a fucking real sport, really. I mean, they do. That actually is what wrestling is. They do pretend that it's real, but we know it's fake. Banana ball. It's just a joke. It's good for what it is. Good for all the. Oh, now I got 4 people watching, and I'm talking shit about banana ball. Everybody starts watching it late at night. God damn it. Okay, I guess I scared them away. Never mind. I shouldn't do it for the views and the likes. Okay, I shouldn't care about that. But So I've started doing little poems. Well, I've actually started writing shorter poems because I'm like the perfect length for a poem on TikTok is like 27 seconds. Not that it makes any difference, but like it feels like that's the perfect length. It's not too long. Like a lot of my poems are for open mics, they're 2 minutes long. Whereas like on TikTok, it's kind of too long. But you don't want to write something super short either. I kind of hate these short poems, actually. I hate these poems where it's like literally just like a title and like a line. And it's like some kind of joke. Like, okay, good for you, but like I hate that shit actually. Even though I've written a lot of them. At a certain point, you just have so much language. You're like, okay, oh, I got some of these too. I got some of these fucking short. Let's try that. Let's try to write a poem that's literally just like a title in one line. It's like a joke. It's a great kind of joke form. David Duchovny had one in his book. But for TikTok, 27 seconds. It's long enough that it's like kind of a poem. It's like a sonnet-ish length, maybe a little shorter. Or I don't know about that length, I guess. Whereas it's short enough that like they can go on with their day when it's over. It'll give them a satisfying ending and bam. They can watch it again if they want. They can analyze. I don't typically write poems that are 27 seconds long. It's like, okay, these are the notebooks I write in a lot of the time. And so, a poem I'll read on an open mic is probably like 2 pages front and back. So it's like 4 of these pages. These sort of equate to like a minute per page, maybe. And then I have some real long stuff. Like a lot of my books, like the uh, Bloomsday book has a lot of like really long, I'd write like 8 or 12 or 16 page notebook pages. So, or, the shortest I'll write is like 1 page, whereas like these 27-second long poems are like literally like 3/4 of a page or something. Like I did this one the other day, Portra. It's like that's the whole thing right there. Perfect for TikTok. Pithy, satisfying, it pays off. So I'm just trying to deliver, and it's like a new form. It's like an open mic wouldn't really give you an opportunity to read a poem that length. You probably maybe at a reading you'd read stuff that length, but I generally read long stuff. I generally read probably the entire length of whatever time I've given because I want it to feel immersive if I can. I don't want the audience to like come out of the the river. You know, I want to go deep, deep into the hypnosis. I don't want to stop and start and stop and start. But this is a way of sort of like being able to use this stuff and have a have a have material for videos. I can't really read my poems that are 2 minutes long. Well, first of all, YouTube shorts are a minute or less. So, you know, right there, it's literally it encourages you to upload just like clips of like if you can just have like the other day I was at the John Lennon memorial thing and I filmed, some 12-second stupid clip of them singing. It's like that got 1,200 views. Like that's literally almost like a worthless piece of footage. It's not connected to any. I mean, I guess it's connected to the story of that event and stuff, and that I was there. But and it's like a firsthand video of that for people who are interested in it. But it wasn't something that had any work on it at all. It was literally just like framing it. Framing a piece of footage in the right way can get you way further than like having some really amazing piece of footage. You could literally probably take any piece of footage or picture, and if you put the right like caption over it, or the right song with like the right caption and framed it in the right way, you could probably make it go viral if you did it right. Like it's more about that than I mean, I don't see a lot of people doing poetry stuff on TikTok. Uh, most of the things that work, it's just like people copying what other people are doing, and that's get ready with me videos, or like the pickle priest, or fit check videos, or it's like they're all kind of the same. There's like these genres that just work, and it's like you kind of have to do it that way. There's this one guy who's a poet on TikTok. He said something about Penguin approached him about publishing his book. And he's like, I think he's British or Australian. He's like kind of middle aged or older. And I don't know. His stuff is just like very sing song and like rhymey. It's sort of got like Bukowski wisdom type shit. It's not really like some kind of super sophisticated avant garde poetry or something. It's, it's like Jesse Wells. You know Jesse Wells? I mean, Jesse Wells was at like Farm Aid and shit. And it does seem like those older guys are like John Fogerty, and like all these people are like embracing Jesse Wells. And Jesse Wells seems cool. Like, don't get me wrong, Jesse Wells does seem cool. And he does seem like he like really cares. He's not like blasé and like too cool. It's like, but it's, I don't know. His stuff is also just like, it's not like some kind of mind blowing poetry or something. It's like, it's for simpletons. I don't know. It's nursery rhyme type shit. Not that that's bad, but it's headline kind of nursery rhyme. Bob Dylan had this other kind of imagery that was like really powerful in and of itself. Even though his songs were like political, the metaphors and things that he would make were just like you didn't really know where they came from. They're biblical. They're mysterious. They have a power. I haven't really listened to Jesse Wells that much, but I don't know. I'm just complaining about why I'm not successful in the algorithm. Obviously, like always, that's like what this show is about. Analyzing content strategies for the artist, for the the creator, the content creator, meaning you. All right, I guess I'll do 4 hours. I really am going to be done after 4 hours because I have to get a Danish somehow, and I have to write this fucking play. Oh God. Oh man, I'm starting to pass the fuck out here. Fuck you bastards. Who's watching this? Is this Ashley? Ashley, are you in France watching my live stream? What time is it in France? It's 6 a.m., so it's probably not Ashley. It's Ashley's mom, probably. Hi, Ashley's mom, if you're out there watching. Watch some of my TikTok poems. I've got a new phone, so, my quality will probably go up. I'm hoping. I think. I paid this guy $250 cash for this Sabra Price is Right iPhone. It's only guts. It's only guts. Anyway, we're wrapping it up. Go back, watch from the beginning. Pour yourself a nice glass of orange wine or a hard kombucha. Kick your legs up. Put on some WCW Nitro reruns and listen to the rambling, meandering, incoherent, self-indulgent, myopic worldview of this fucked up overthinker. This is me trying, a lot of my work, I'm just trying to put like overthinking to good use. Like my poetry is completely just like, that's why people hate it. Because I literally just write every damn thing down. I believe in who we are, okay? I'm not going to mutilate myself with shame like the rest of you people who edit. I will accept my divine gifts that are handed to me from the angels without compromise, without compromising for the fucking school teachers and the thought police. We're here to fucking party, okay? It's a thought party, as I used to say. I need a new fucking Instagram name. I'm trying to work on that. Thank you for watching. God bless everyone. Go back, watch from the beginning. Clarity, serenity, calculation. I mean, I think it's good to plan things out. I do think it, I like to have ideas beforehand that I can sort of gently implement. I don't want to over fucking, I don't want to like. Well, I was talking about how Randy Savage would script his matches, right? And they turn out really well, actually. Like, to be honest, I mean, a lot of times when you revise things, when you fix things, when you edit things, when you cut out the little flubs and it does get better in the sense that it gets, you eliminate the things that take away, and so it it gives everything more impact if that's the goal, and that's what people like. It is what people like. And so we're accustomed to see things that are revised and multi-track and punched in and Pro Tools and pitch corrected and edited and spell checked and things cut out, things, word choices changed, tweaked, thought over, I don't know. Not that that's bad. But there's no take two in a live stream, okay? And life is a live stream, okay? If there's nothing else that you've learned today, remember this. Life is a live stream. And you only get one take. So, just do it right the first time. Why not? Well, that's the other thing. They said these Christopher Guest movies, they only do 2 or 3 takes. And a lot of times they'll use the first take. So it's not like necessarily doing more takes is going to make it better. You can do all of it. I'm not against editing or revising or any of that, but it's nice to have some edge and some shit too. And nitpicking over those rules is not really what it's about. There's no punctuation in speaking. And look at the fucking how crazy people text. Look at the way people write in their phones. It's insane. I like that. I celebrate it. I celebrate the variety of people inventing their own spellings. To me, that's like Middle English. It was there was a million different ways to spell shit. Everybody kind of had their own. I can see how that was chaotic and maybe not the best way to run things, but it's funky. It's interesting. All right, I gotta get off now. I'm getting tired. I have to write my dinner with Andre play. Thank you for watching. Oh, I need to finish a vlog too. Fuck, I'm so behind on everything. I need a Danish. Somebody give me a Danish. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you at the dinner tomorrow, everybody. We're all gonna have dinner with Andre. Good night, everybody. God bless you, everyone, everywhere.